Hello. Yeah, it's Saturday. So it's time for Ocarina of Time Randomizer. I've just eaten some bagels, or a bagel, with Marmite on, of course, because I am British. And I haven't quite finished my bottle of Coca-Cola, but I did kind of chug most of it, so I am probably gonna be burping at some point, and I apologize in advance. But yeah, let's get started. I played a lot of Randomizer off stream this week because I've been in kind of a bad mood and playing Randomizer. Randomizer is my comfort game, so I've been playing a lot of it. But I've been playing Entrance Randomizer to see if I can tweak the settings to make it more or less likely to be impossible. And so I had a 10-hour Entrance Randomizer seed, which was very challenging. I had to learn a couple of new tricks to beat it. I had to learn the super slide to teleport up into Shadow Temple, which that took me like an hour because it was difficult and I wasn't very good at it. But yeah, no, today is not an Entrance Randomizer. Today is just a regular, my usual settings. So what's a good name? I don't know. So let's just go with that. In the similar sort of theme as my username. I wanted my my username to be something original, so it's something original. And thinking about what I want to name this file, well, I don't know. So there we have it. Okie doke. Whoops. I want to see if I can tweak the current settings I've got a little bit, because like it's shield, a little expensive, but I will be buying it. Yeah. There's always kind of like a balance, I guess. For hang on, I've got my input display on. I think I probably don't want that. Let me turn off the input display. There we go. Yeah, it's a balance between settings that aren't impossible. That's obviously very important. But also settings that don't take too long, because I don't want... Ideally, if I'm streaming, I don't want it to be like a 6 or 7 hour stream. Like 4 hours is kind of the sweet spot, I think. But also, I need the settings to be interesting. Like that's why I've changed. I've been playing with dungeon entrances randomized, because it does mean that things are going to be a little bit different. I mean, obviously with the randomizer, things are different every single time. But it can definitely get a bit samey if like Decatree is always Decatree and Dodongo's Cavern is always Dodongo's Cavern, because it means that my early game is always the same. Like do some stuff as child, go to market, check the shops, go to adult, check the shops in CAC, and then depending on if I found explosives, depending on if I found Deca Shield, then I go and do DC and Decatree. And so it was getting a little bit samey. So that's why I'm enjoying the dungeon entrances randomized. But I think I don't want to add more complexity to it, because that just makes the seed take longer. But I want to see if I can find some way of making it a bit more interesting. So we've got Shadow at Deck. Okay. I think I need a better way of taking notes for Entrance Randomizer as well, because my current system of having a notepad file open in the corner of my monitor, it works when there's not a lot of notes, like for a regular randomizer where all I'm writing down is item locations for like significant items, and like if there's junk checks that I can skip. But for Entrance Randomizer, I'm basically trying to like make a map of the entire world. And so that can take up a lot of space. And so what I've been finding in my off-stream plays is that there's just too much information, and I'm not able to record it in a way that's easy for me to pass. So I'll get lost continuously when I'm doing Entrance Randomizers. Because it's bow. That's nice. It's one thing to to know that like, oh, this area leads to this area, but what I really need to know is like, how do I get to Jabu Jabu from child spawn or whatever, right? Like, so yeah, I think I need to be better at figuring out. Like, I don't need to write down every single piece of information in terms of locations. I need to write down the relevant pieces of information in a way that is easy for me to read. So Temple of Time has double defense, which I think means it's got to be Medallion, like the Prelude cutscene, right, where when you have Forest Medallion. So, and I just got a hint that Bongo Bongo has Medallion, so get in the hole. So yeah, double defense isn't actually, it's not really relevant. Like I shouldn't need it. It's kind of nice to have, because it's not like I'm doing any tricks that I need to damage down and die for. Like I'm never really death warping. But whoops, I also shouldn't be taking a ton of damage and dying anyway. So okay, well, we've got a nice rupee count. Unfortunately, it's not going to stay that way because I'm going to go pick up these rupees here. It was nice while it lasted. So okay, so we've got Deku Shield, which is great. Deku Shield. This is actually something I've noticed from my entrance randomizer. Without entrance randomizer, I visit a ton of shops really early, and so the chances of me finding Deku Shield and Hylian Shield are really, really high. Because they're both like in the vanilla side of the shops for not very many rupees. So in non-entrance randomizer, I almost always have Deku Shield and Hylian Shield really, really early. But in entrance randomizer, there's no guarantee I find any shops at all early on. Like it could take me hours to find any shops, and so I can end up not having the shields for ages, and it sucks not having Deku Shield as child. Especially when you're light on other items. Like if all you have is sticks and nuts and you don't have Deku Shield, it's brutal. Even if you have Choose, like not being able to shield drop Choose is in itself like a pain in the ass. So yeah, Deku Shield, surprisingly important item. Okay, I'm not going to bother farming rupees on the outside because I only need 5. I can grab those from the pot room. I have a collab coming up in 10 days? I think no, that's not right. I forget what is it? It's on a Tuesday. It's on tax day. When's tax day? Is that 10 days? Maybe that is 10 days. I have an Ocarina of Time randomizer collab with Vanille, which I'm really looking forward to because I really like Vanille. I'm going to be teaching Vanille some tricks, and I'm realizing that it might be kind of like difficult for me to adjust to what was that? Tingle Air. That's not real. Minuet Forest. Let me write this down. This is at Child Bazaar for 165. Okay. Yeah, it might be a bit. Wait, which tunic is that? Zora tunic. It might be hard for me to adjust because I'm so used to like doing tricks all the time. That playing a randomizer with logic, with someone who doesn't know any tricks really. I didn't mean to write that down. That's too expensive. Sticks. Yep. Like when you're playing with logic, doing sequence breaks and skips and stuff can work against you because the logic is trying to get you to do things in a particular order. So it's going to be interesting to see how I can adjust to that, and if any tricks that I know will actually be particularly useful. Because you know, in a logic seed, if you can't get to an area, it's because you're not supposed to go to that area yet. Whereas in a no logic seed, well, there's no logic, so you do what you can when you can. Okay, let me grab a rupee from up here, and then I will do a slingshot game. I think I remember you mentioning that last stream about the collab. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm like kind of mega nervous. I've never collabed with anyone before. And Vanille is like, Vanille isn't like a huge streamer, but she's a lot bigger than me. So I hope I do okay. One thing actually, like, I'm kind of looking forward to is just the aspect of teaching someone something. I really, really enjoy teaching stuff. I don't know that I'm necessarily very good at it, but it's always been my favorite part of my job is working with someone on something and like showing them how to do things and explaining stuff. And when I used to work in a university, I supervised the undergraduate labs, and so I spent a lot of time there teaching undergraduate physics students how to do physics stuff, which was really satisfying. I tutored maths and physics briefly when I was in between stuff after I'd finished being a physicist, but before I'd started being a computer scientist. Yeah, I really enjoy it. So hopefully it'll work out okay. I'll be able to be a good Ocarina of Time tutor. I realize as well that like the mindset that different people have about games is, oh, there's a dog in here with me suddenly. I think my my housemate has gone out, and so I've been gifted a dog. Hello. Sorry, I have to take a dog break. Hello. What a good boy. Okay, so I guess that means that at some point I'll have to take a break to feed the dog. And take him out. But that's not going to be for a couple of hours yet, so let's see how we get on. Okay, so I've done everything I need to do here in daytime, so let's go do night stuff here. Scale, that's really nice to have early, actually, scale. I changed my hints settings for this seed as well, because like I go out of my way to get hints. I'm trying to go as fast as possible, so like I want the hints to be worth getting. So I've made the hints like slightly better. I've got the one like basically the best hints that I can. So we'll see if that actually makes a difference, because it's always a little bit frustrating, you know, when you go out of your way to go and find a gossip stone and talk to her, and it tells you something completely useless. I want the gossip stones to be actually like meaningful. Obviously, a lot of these are not very useful. Like I haven't actually written down anything from any of these hints yet. Wait, no, I don't need to go this way. I could just leave. I'm trying to remember, there was some other trick that I had to do when I was playing Entrance Randomizer off stream this week. I don't remember what it was. Like the super side teleport was one that I definitely need to practice that a lot more. I think my setup is not right because I couldn't get it to work most of the time. Part of the difficulty with that one, at least, the setup I found for it, and this, you know, it was the classic thing in Ocarina of Time when you're trying to learn how to do a trick. I found a 13-year-old YouTube video, but it uses oh, slingshot. That's pretty good. I could go. Oh no, wait, no. Yeah, I don't know where Decatry is, so I can't be Decatry. Never mind. Ooh, Requiem. Opponent's song. And Shadow Temple. Okay, let me write these down. Shadow Key, Chew Shop 115, and this was Opponent Song, Chew Shop 120. Okay, and then anything on the right? Yes. What was I saying? Oh yes, the setup that I found, the video for the Super Saiyan teleport to Shadow Temple required you to use C up to get a specific angle. Like, you know, you go into first person mode and you align your B button with some texture, which doesn't work in Ship of Arcinian if you've changed your resolution in any way. And so I'm playing like at whatever like arbitrary window size I currently have because it fits neatly on my monitor. That's not a real hint. What is going on? I set the hints to be good hints, and 2 of those were literally useless. Okay, well, I guess I need to change that back, because these hints are not the hints I actually want. Oh well. Yeah, so I can't use the exact setup in the video. What I have to do is figure out. Yeah, I shouldn't be getting junk hints. I don't actually. We can double check this right now. So is it here? Is it gameplay? Yeah, hint distribution very strong. Hint clarity clear. So it should be many powerful hint. But it's okay. Maybe that's a bug. Who knows? Yeah, so if I find a setup that uses C up to get a specific angle when I'm playing on Ship of Harkinian, what I need to do is figure out, like, so there is a thing you can do where you put a actually I can just show you. So here in graphics you can put this little thing in the top. I don't know if you can see that. I'll just flash it on and off a little bit. At the very top of the screen, you can put a little mark that shows you the exact center of the screen, because some tricks require you to line up the center of the screen with some texture, right? And so I need to put that on there and then figure out, okay, this is the correct angle. What can I use to line up for this angle? So I use that to learn a specific angle for the B1 skip in Deku where you skip doing most of the basement. I've also used it for the getting into bottom of the well as adult, but I didn't actually try and find out the exact correct angle for the super side teleport into Shadow Temple, which I probably should do. Let me grab some rupees. But it's just, I don't know, it makes learning some tricks a lot more tedious, and I wish that there was just a consistent setup that didn't require C up to get you the correct angle. Because if it requires like doing a few ESS turns or some backflips and rolls and stuff, I can do that. That's fine. That's just execution. Whereas like getting a precise angle by lining up two textures is, with Ship of Iconian, potentially an absolute nightmare. So maybe I have to go and practice a bit more on some of that stuff. But I swear there was some other trick that I had to try and get the hang of. Or maybe I was just thinking about learning another trick, because one thing I really probably should learn that will open up some stuff for me is being able to do bomb hovers and chew hovers without hover boots. Because right now I can do bomb hovers against a wall somewhat consistently. I can do chew hovers with hover boots somewhat consistently, but I can't do I can't do hovers that require like, there's one method where you do a twisted side hop, which that sounds very hard. There's another way you like pull out a bow or hook shot or slingshot, and that like lets you do a hover. So I need to learn those, I think. So spirit key, 40 skulls. Soraya song at 30. Okay, good to know. Hopefully nothing good at 50. Nothing. And hopefully something good at 10? No. Okay, well, 30 and 40 could be worse, I suppose. I was playing a Entrance Randomizer seed during the week where 50 Sculptulas was a bottle, and it was the only bottle that I could get, and I needed to get it. So I was just like frantically scouring every single area of the game trying to find enough Sculptula tokens so I could finally get this bottle, because I didn't have an Ocarina. And I got the bottle, and it was a big Poe bottle, but I couldn't find Temple of Time to turn to an adult, and then I finally found Temple of Time, and I couldn't find the Poe shop to turn it, so I had this useless bottle. It was so frustrating. Zora's River, okay. That's potentially bad, because that could be Hookshot is behind frogs. But there's a few checks that are like immediately gettable in Zora's River, so maybe we're lucky and it's one of those. One thing, my most recent Entrance Randomizer seed, I experimented with starting with an Ocarina and Prelude of Light, so that I can guaranteed get to the Temple of Time, because one of the things I had trouble with was like Either I couldn't find the Temple of Time, or one seed I played recently, I found the Temple of Time, I became adult, but then if I at any point save warped or played any warp song, I would be soft locked. Because there would be no way out of the areas that I got put in. And so I had to just play for absolutely ages without saving until I found some other warp song that took me to some other location that was back on like the kind of the main loop of entrances. And so by like starting myself with Ocarina and Prelude, I hoped to make it so that I wouldn't get stuck quite so easily, but it ended up like there's so many other things that can go wrong with an entrance randomizer that it ended up not actually making much of a difference. Like if you can't find the dungeons, or if the dungeons are in places where like the wrong age is there to get in them. Like for example, if Jabu is let me think. Forest Temple. I don't think Child can beat Forest Temple, because I think you need actually like specifically bow rather than just some projectile weapon. So if Child is the only one who can get into Forest Temple, then Forest Temple is unbeatable. Similarly, if Bottom of the Well is Ice Cavern entrance, for example, I can't get into Ice Cavern as Child, so that means it's just unbeatable. So I like there's a lot of things that can go wrong in entrance randomizer if you don't know enough tricks. And right now I don't know enough tricks. That's one of the reasons I wanted to try and learn. Learn better hovers, because if I can do like consistent bomb hovering as Child or true hovering as Child, then and yeah, there is some way to get into Jabu as adult, but again, I don't know it, so it's one of those things where it's like I know that there are ways around these problems. It's just I don't know the solutions, which is in its own way more frustrating, because it's not like, oh yeah, this is just impossible. It's like, no, I'm not good enough. That's what the problem is. This is why I should watch people who are bad at randomizer rather than ZFG, who's like arguably the best Ocarina of Time player in the world. It's not a good standard to try and hold yourself to. Okay, so we can let's check Potion Shop and this grotto here, then it's off to Death Mountain Trail, Goron City. No explosives yet, but I can do some stuff in Goron City with quick put away. Okay. One second, the dog is giving me a look. I think it's possible he might want to go outside. I'm just gonna double check that he's not about to poop on the carpet. 1 second. No, it looks like he's okay. I think maybe he's just sad that my housemate went out. He's my housemate's dog. I mean, like, it's a complicated situation. My housemate owns the dog, but we've been living together for ages, and the dog is like partially my dog, I guess. But he prefers my housemate a lot. So when my housemate isn't here, he gets sad. Okay, stone 2/3. That's expensive. I'm probably not going to ever buy this. If I get super rich, maybe I'll come back and get this. But I will write it down. It seems like every hint so far has been sculptural tokens or harpies. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what's going on. In fact, actually, let me, just so I don't forget next time, I'm going to change that back, because this is clearly not working the way it's supposed to. Okay, that won't change anything in this seed, but it will mean that next seed that I generate will have not quite so many weird / useless hints. Like, why would I care about heart pieces and sculptural tokens? I mean, not to say I'm not going to collect sculptural tokens, but there's so many of them, you don't need hints for sculptural tokens, right? Okay, let's check where DC entrance leads to. Jabu, okay. And we're not going to have enough time to check the sculpture at the top, I think. Well, especially since I just went into Jabu and wasted time. Yeah. So I guess we'll have to come back and get that later. I ordered myself a new controller. In fact, I ordered 2 new controllers. The controller I'm currently using is my housemate's old controller, and I've played so much with it that the left stick is like actually ruined. So I bought a replacement controller that's just like this exact controller but new for my housemate. It's like, sorry, I ruined your controller. But I also bought myself a new like Xbox style controller because I figure I play enough Randomizer that I should have a better controller. But the stick is in a slightly different place, so I'm gonna have to relearn, I think, a lot of stuff because I've got all this muscle memory, which is now gonna be wrong. But we'll see. So that should be arriving soonish. Slingshot, I already have one. Don't need to buy another one. Recovery hut. Actually, well, that was Nocturne, so we can write down that Nocturne is junk. That is at least worth knowing. Okay, and then we will wait for Link the Goron. Oh, I just realized I have bow. I don't need to be using QPA. I guess I needed QPA to go and see Medigoron, so it was worthwhile getting it. So yeah, I'll go open the shortcut to Lost Woods real quick. And then I'll check out shop. How is this not hitting the bomb? Did I lose QPA? Weird. Okay, anything good in here? Yes. Wow, loaded shop. We have a very cheap. Okay, so we can buy this, then we can buy the wallet, which will refill our rupees, and then we can hopefully buy. We can buy the ice arrow. Okay. And I will write down that bomb bag because that is good to have. Okay, so now with this bigger wallet, I can also get Minuet and a Shadow Key and a Poda's Song. So let me write this down. So this is at the Goron shop for 280. Okie dokie. Unfortunately, we are now broke, which means I'm gonna farm some rupees here for a little while. I only realized recently that you can farm rupees relatively quickly as child in Kakariko Village by well, at least in randomized with the settings I'm using, by turning in the cuckoos over and over again, because that's the first time you do it, you get an item. The second time you do it, you get 50 rupees. So you can just throw the one cuckoo into the pen, talk to Anju, get 50 rupees, and then quickly exit and enter the area and get another 50. So it winds up being probably faster than the farming I'm currently doing, and this is like relatively fast for farming up rupees. So, okay, what are we doing for keys so far? We have a fire key and a water key, and a GCG key, and we can afford a shadow key. Okay. Last one. And then where do I want to go? There's not much point in me going up through Death Mountain Crater. Could go back to Child because I do have Slingshot. I can do a lot of stuff in Lost Woods. I have Scale, which means I can do some other stuff. Yeah, I think maybe I go back to Child because I can't do anything on Death Mountain Crater or Death Mountain Trail as adult. Yeah. It's a shame the 2 dungeons I found so far are like... I mean, so I guess you can do some stuff in Jabu even without Boomerang, but like I don't want to go into Jabu, do half of it, and then come back later and do the rest. Is it daytime? I want to go shopping. Let's go get Minuet. And then I guess what I should probably do is farm rupees back up to 200 and buy the other 2 items from Shoe Shop. Because I don't want to have to be coming back and forth here all the time. And Epona's song is also really good, and having a Shadow Key is really good. But yeah, Shadow Temple is... It's an awkward one. Like, without hover boots, it's a bit of a... Without hover boots and hookshot, it's a pain to even get in there. Like, past the first gap. And then you kind of need a few keys to really check a lot of it properly, and then you always need 1 key to just even get to the boss area, which does kind of suck that there's like a key door and it just leads to 1 room and then the next room is the boss. Like, why do you need that 1 extra key? And Shadow is also like, it does kind of suck to do as child because there's a lot of gaps which adult can jump across and child can't very easily, so you have to do a lot of mega flips. So I wish we had found Deku or DC, because those... Well, actually, maybe not DC, I don't have explosives yet, but I wish I'd found Deku, because Deku was, like, nice and easy to clear really quickly as child. Although, I guess I was talking earlier about the whole reason I used the Dungeon Entrance Randomizer, is that I don't want every seed to be exactly the same. So... Oh, wait, I need it to be nighttime. So I'll come out here and... grab 1 more, and then I'll just stand and wait. Because I want to go to Shoe Shop. So, yeah. And then I guess I'll save warp. Yeah, save warp. I'll do Lost Woods, Night Kakiri stuff. And then what are we doing after Lost Woods? I guess it depends a little bit on what items I find, but I'll want to go to Kak at nighttime. I'll want to go to Lon Lon at nighttime. Ideally, I want to go to Kak early nighttime, but there's no way I'm making it to Kak at early night from Lost Woods, so yeah, we'll see. Well, unfortunately, we have a lot of waiting around to do here. I don't think there's a better way of doing this. Actually, no, there is. I should just go to Lake Hylia. Should I? No, I don't have Ocarina. Ugh. Because I could go to Lake Hylia and do some stuff at Lake Hylia, but I don't have Bottle, I don't have Ocarina, so I can't learn Scarecrow's song, I can't do the bean patch. Oh, and it's almost nighttime anyway. Okay. Because if I go to Lake Hylia, then I can get the owl to drop me back off here, and if the time of day worked out right, I'd get here, like, as it was turning night. But it's already turning night, so never mind that plan. And I'm going to have to farm up some extra rupees. I'm going to be 35 rupees short of buying both the Shadow Key and Epona's song, so I'll have to farm the pot room. But luckily you get about 35 rupees from the pot room, so that actually works out quite nicely. There's a... Whoops. Okay, if you're quick, you can buy an item while your rupees are still ticking down, because it checks your current rupee count, not what your rupee count will be once you finish paying for the thing you just bought. So, didn't work that time, but it is possible. But no worries, we can just farm rupees in here. So we want 115 in order to be able to afford. And so, yep, we go 115. So we can just go buy that key, and then we'll be broke. So I guess I probably should farm some more rupees, because I don't want to be broke because I'm about to do business scrubs. So we'll do the pot room 1 more time, and then I'll go and save warp back to Kikiri. Okay. So it's very nice finding a wallet early. It does make things a lot easier. I guess I should also go to Zora shop early-ish because I have a bigger wallet, so there's more chance of me being able to afford something. Oh, and I just realized I'm dumb. I forgot to do the rest of the stuff I was supposed to do as adult. I was supposed to go back down to CAC in the daytime and check Bazaar and I can't get ISG. Anju. What is going on? Why can I not get ISG? There we go. I think sometimes, I could be wrong on this and just making excuses, but I think sometimes where you're standing in relation to the person you're trying to talk to get ISG means that like the crouch stab puts you slightly out of range to talk to them, so you can't actually interrupt your crouch stab by talking to them. I think that might have possibly been what was happening there, because normally it's not that difficult for me to get ISG. Get one more rupee maybe? Guess not. Okay. So yeah, I'm feeling dumb. I should have gone back to CAC and checked Bazaar. But oh well, it's not the end of the world. It's unlikely that I would have found some like earth-shatteringly important item. So okay, I should probably farm some more sticks while I'm here as well. Is it not worth checking Chew Bowling? And can you not do it right now? No, I need to have Chews to check Chew Bowling. But otherwise, yeah, I would have checked it. So I know that there's like the setup for making Chew Bowling trivial, where you like get the perfect angle and then you'll always hit the target. And I was under the impression that it was supposed to work for any of the target positions for this, like the second wall, because you know it can be on the left, on the right, or in the middle. And I watched, but I could never get it to work when it was in the middle. It just, for some reason, the Chew would never go where it was supposed to. So I went and looked up a video, and it must be something to do with ship or my window resolution or something. I don't know what it is, but the setup for hitting the middle target just does not work, which is super frustrating because the whole point of that setup is it makes you be able to beat Chew Bowling regardless of where the second target is. So yeah, it's a little bit annoying. Okay, so we're off to Lost Woods. We can pick up a few more rupees on the way. One other thing, speaking about forgetting stuff, one other thing that I'm going to have to adjust to when I do my my collab with Vanille is that she plays using different rando settings than me, right? So I think she doesn't have sculptureless randomized, and so my brain is just it's so used to the settings I use that I'm going to be like going to try and check places that don't need to be checked and assuming that there's like more value in going to some place than some other place. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting, I guess, to play with someone else's rando settings and see how that works out. Let me preserve some nuts here. Just use my shield. Actually, this is probably more sensible. Dins at GTG is actually not a useless hint. Okay, and what are you selling? Heart piece, okay. I don't hate getting heart pieces early. It's nice to have a little bit of a buffer, especially if I end up going to Death Mountain Crater or trying to do anything at Fire Temple, or I guess if I needed to get into Water Temple as a child, because you spend a fair amount of time underwater to do the trick to get into Water Temple. So if I only had 3 hearts, it's possible I would drown before I actually made it in there, which would be unfortunate. So let's get target. No Ocarina or bottle yet, which is a shame. Bottom of the well key, that's nice. Having at least one bottom of the well key the first time I go to bottom of the well is very good. Double defense doesn't count for extra time or duration, right? No, it doesn't. It's purely based on the actual number of heart containers you have. There's a really cool trick you can do where you take like visually on your hearts, you can take damage in like quarter heart increments, right? Like if you take a small amount of damage, Link's health will be like 2 3/4 hearts, right? But the game internally actually tracks it in 18ths of a heart. No, sorry, not 18th, 16ths of a heart, I think. And so it's possible if you catch fire. Actually, I don't want to be here. If you catch fire, you can take these like incredibly small increments of damage and put yourself on 1/16th of a heart. And what that means is if you go into an area that has a timer based on your health, the timer would be so small that it just doesn't count down at all. So if you put yourself on 1/16th of a heart and enter Deathbed Crater, for example, there is no timer, which is really, really neat. But you have 1/16th of... I don't need to do this, I have skill. You have 1/16th of a heart. So any amount of damage will immediately kill you. So it's like a cool trick, but requires you to be good at the game, which I'm not entirely sure that I can say that I am. Okay, so let's do river, because I know hookshot is here. Decachu's foolish, that's good to know. I'll write that down just in a second. Actually, let me write that down now. Okay. Yeah, I'll do some stuff at river, and then I'll go to Zora's domain and see what's in the shop there. Pardon me. And then I can take the shortcut to Lake Hylia. I can do some stuff in Lake Hylia. And then I can take the owl and go to Lon Lon. And then hopefully I can get the time of day to work out so that I go into CAC at early night time and I can do Dampe. That's a piece of heart, don't care. Oh damn, I don't have any money. I should have been in the river. I might actually be able to get exactly enough for Bean Guy here if I stay in the river. Oh wait, no, I can't, I've got to get out. Damn it, I forgot the rocks. Okay, well that was stupid. Because yeah, I can't get past these rocks. Oh well. I guess I'm not checking river. Spirit key, okay, good to have. So with that in mind, what am I doing now? I guess Kakariko Day stuff as child. I'm really annoyed. I had that whole route planned out where I was like, oh yeah, I'll go to Zora's domain and I'll do this, do that, and then I just messed it up. Okay, I'll do. Is it just Anju? I can check bottom of the well entrance as well, I guess. I'll do that in case it is actually bottom of the well, because I can do some stuff in there. Oh, and I can farm rupees here as well, actually. I was talking about that earlier. So, okay, not the end of the world, not a catastrophe. Slightly frustrating, I should have thought it through. Choose, okay, well, that's nice. That's very nice, in fact. Let me... so there's nothing I can do in Graveyard at daytime as child. But I will see if I can farm some more chews here. Come on. Nope. And then, yeah, let's get some more rupees from Anju. I think there's no reason why I shouldn't just go up to 200 here. Because I know that I'm going to go to Zora shop at some point. So having a full wallet is nice. It's also probably quicker to go in and out of the Sculpture House than in and out of Graveyard. Let's see. Go this way this time. Okay, I only have 6 skulls. There's nothing for me to collect in here. Yeah, I think that's probably faster. Although actually, I guess I have to go further to get the cuckoo this direction. Who knows? I'm not about to get a timer out and see. Okay, so let's check what this is. I want to make sure I'm far enough over. Okay. Pretty sure I should still have Navi text. I don't. Yeah, there we go. Nice cavern. Okay. With some extremely inappropriate music. That's very tropical. You can also try for more chews in the graveyard. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I should have been doing that. I mean, 20 chews is fine. It's enough to be getting on with. Okay, so I can... Now that I have chews, it does make sense to go up Deathman Trail. I'll check this grotto here as well. Waste a couple of sticks. And I should go into Goron City. I probably should actually go all the way up to the top of Death Mountain Trail. Because I've got chews, so I can check everything up there on the child side. And then I'll get like Hakurika stuff on the way back down. If I'm lucky, time of day will work out so that I can do Dampe. If I'm unlucky, it's okay if I have to come back for Dampe. It's only one check. It's a bad habit I have is I'll try to go somewhere so I can get like all the checks in one go, when the sensible thing to do is just get as many checks as you can. Like, it's better to get like 10 checks now than wait an hour and then get 11 checks, right? Fire key up there, okay. I will be collecting that. I'm trying to think, does it make more sense to go up Death Mountain Trail first? I don't know. It probably doesn't matter that much. Okay, I'll do Goron City first because there's more checks in here, I think. Oh, I have to be careful here. I might die if I explode myself too much. So let's stand back a bit. It's a shame I don't have bombs or hammer, so I'll have to come back here. Can't believe that missed. I'm very glad. So I figured out that it's possible to super slide between the grey rocks here and get the chest behind them. But there was a while where I could super slide in, but I didn't know how to super slide out, so I would soft lock myself every single time I went in there, which is not ideal. But now I figured out how to get out. So GTG at CAC, I will write that down. Although, if GTG is a dungeon that child can get into, I don't need any keys, because I can just vine clip through all of the walls in the key maze. Okay, so Rolling Goron, and then is that it for in here with the child? I guess I can light the torches, but I can't really do anything with them because I don't have strength or bombs. So there's no point in me lighting them right now. So maybe I just go up Death Mountain Trail. Okay. Cool. So I know that there is a trick to get into Darunia's room from like up top there. Ooh, I just thought of something. Okay, so I'm gonna backtrack a bit. Actually, I'm gonna go pick up this fire key now, and then go up Death Mountain Trail all the way to the top, because I can use the owl at the top to take me back to CAC, like instantaneously, which will probably, hopefully, save me enough time that maybe I can get to CAC when it's early night, rather than having to run all the way down Death Mountain Trail. That's the theory. It may not work, but we'll see. Okay, well, how on earth did that explode right in front of me? Okay, it's not going to work because it's already night before I'm even at the top, but it was a nice idea. Because there is no way I'm getting all the way up to the top before it's past Dampe's bedtime. So I think I'm gonna have to farm some chews in Death Mountain Crater. Because 6 is not enough. I mean, technically 6 is enough for what I need to do right now, but... Actually, yeah, with that in mind, maybe I don't need to, because if I'm about to go back to CAC, it's much better to farm... Ooh, okay, Nocturne is at Ocarina of Time. That's unfortunate. I will write that down once I'm in here. Okay. So I guess I need to check the Temple of Time pedestal hints to see what dungeons will give me the 3 spiritual stones, because I'm going to want them if I want Nocturne. Song of Time, okay. Not great, not terrible. I guess right now, more than choose, I want health. Although I obviously will not say no to choose. No health. Let's try again. Even just 1 heart, I think, will probably be enough for me to do the other checks in here I need. Okay. Although I'm probably gonna void out, which is gonna lose me a heart, so I think I want another one. Okay, let's try and get to full health. There we go, okay. So now... let's do... up here first. This may give me more chews, because these rocks have a good chance of dropping chews. Or dropping explosives. Useless. What is with these hints? I didn't understand it. Well, that's not good. I didn't lose my shield, at least. I thought I could make it there. Maybe I should avoid it out instead. Oh well. Not the end of the world. So yeah, okay, let's get... what's that? Okay, that's junk. That's junk. And then we can talk to this guy down here and see what he's selling. This will also refill our hearts. Greg, that's nice. And then we are done in here. Oh, dramatic owl. Okay, so there is a 0% chance that we're early enough for Dampe, I think, but I will check anyway. And I can check there's a sculpture in the graveyard that I can check as well. And I should farm more chews. So let's do that. Let's get up to 20 chews. Yeah, no Dampe. Oh, okay. Immediately got some chew drops. Very nice. I was anticipating it being like 3 or 4 trips because chew drop luck is hard to get sometimes. Nothing. Well, not nothing, but... Well, I mean... It is. I guess it is worth writing down. I do need a lot of skull tokens. So... this is the graveyard wall gold sculpture. Okay. Because I need 30 skulls for Soraya's Song and 40 skulls for a spirit key. And there's a decent chance that one or both of those will be very helpful. I get the rare occurrence to be not needing to get ISG for all of the sculptures in here. Dampe and fire arrows are the only things in the game that require a specific time of the day besides just day or night. I think so. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Yeah, I think it's just those two. Obviously, the fire arrows check is significantly tighter timing than Dampe, but even Dampe is like relatively small window of time where you can actually get his check. I do wonder if the inhabitants of CAC know what Dampe is up to. Because, like, he doesn't spend very much time doing his job, right? He's not actually walking around the graveyard very much. And when he is, people are allowed to just come in and give him 10 rupees and he will dig up graves for them. Like, it's a bit messed up when you think about it. So, yeah, I need to climb up here to get the roof guy, but I also actually want this piece of heart. Cool. Okay, so next, I think Lon Lon. And then after Lon Lon, Lake Hylia. Hopefully by then I'll have a bottle. I don't know. Where's sensible places to go? That's always the trouble I have. Knowing where to check next. I think Lon Lon is great to check because I can at least see what everything in there is, even if I can't collect all of the items. Like Hylia, I can, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, there's a fair amount of stuff I can just get in Lake Hylia, so it does make sense to go there even if I don't have a bottle or Ocarina. Oh, don't turn to day. I need it to be nighttime. I think I might just miss it. Especially if I get a bad angle. Did I make it? Oh, I just made it. That was so close. I was about to give up and just assume that I wouldn't make it in here. I'm glad I didn't. Although there may not be anything good in here, so maybe it won't matter. We'll see. It's a bit unfortunate. I have a Pona's song. It's really rare for me to have a Pona's song this early. I just don't have anything to play it with. It would be really, really nice to have one trip to Lon Lon. I guess there would have to be a second trip after I met Zelda, so it's not too terrible if I have to come back here and do the cows at the same time I do Talon and Malon checks. Maybe the reason the spirits in the Well or Shadow Temple are stronger is because Dampe won't stop digging up graves for fun. That's a good point. Like, there's this weird, dark, angry energy underneath the village. And yeah, it could just all be Dampe's fault. I guess I should check the Hierofield grottos as well, since I have explosives. What do we have here? Yeah, I should get that. Feels weird knowing I should go and collect slightly awkward sculpture tokens, because normally sculpture tokens are just jug checks, like, but Soraya's and a spirit key, it kind of feels like I should be collecting as many skull tokens as possible. I guess there's a second reason for me wanting to get Soraya's as well, which is that I know Hookshot is in Zora's River, and there's a chance that it's one of the Frog Song checks, and so every non-warp song I can get is helping me possibly get Hookshot. One of my actually it was the 10.5 hour entrance randomizer seed that I was playing earlier in the week. I was looking for light arrows, and I got a hint that light arrows were. Let me write that down as well, because we care about gold sculptures. Okay. Yeah, I got a hint that light arrows were at Zora's River, and I checked everything apart from the frog songs, and so it must have been the frog songs. And then I didn't have Epona's song or Song of Time, I think. And so I checked the first 3 songs, and it wasn't any of them. And I was like, oh god, if it isn't this next one, then this seed is going to be another like hour or something where I like struggle to try and find the last remaining songs that I need. But luckily, it was the very last frog song check that I actually had access to. So I heaved a sigh of relief and finished my 10.5 hour seed. Part of the reason it was so long was because I wasn't playing consistently for 10 hours. I like stopped and stepped away for a bit and got distracted, and the timer was still running. So it wasn't quite as long as all that, but it was definitely the longest seed I've ever done. It did feel quite satisfying when I finished it, though, I will admit. Not quite satisfying enough for me to want to do it again. Okay, so current plan now is Lake Hylia and then shortcut to Zora's Domain. Then I can check the shop in Zora's Domain. We can check Fountain, check what the entrance to Jabu is. Well, that will mean I'll miss a bunch of grotto entrances. Well, I'll miss one grotto entrance, so that's not too bad. One of the hints will have an actual item, surely. We can only hope, right? I wish I knew what was going on with these hints. I mean, I guess. So Ship of Iconian is open source, right? Like, it has a GitHub. You can go and look at the GitHub. I am a software engineer. It's my job. If there's problems with Ship of Iconian that I don't like, I can just fork the repo and make my own version of Ship, which has things working the way I want them to. Which I'm genuinely tempted to do that, actually. There's one thing specifically that I want to change about Ship, which is, and I don't know how I would change this, but if you do a trick to skip waking up Talon to meet Zelda, then you get Zelda's letter, and then Zelda's letter gets overwritten by the masks when you get masks. But then, if you pick up Weird Egg, it just gets deleted from your inventory because you've already got masks, and masks and Weird Egg aren't supposed to be able to coexist. So, no, I don't want to go in there. Actually, no, I should check what the sculpture. No, I'll come back later when I have a bottle or a Pona song or a Ocarina. Sorry. But yeah, if reading other people's code can be a nightmare sometimes. Well, see, that's why I have an advantage, because I'm about to quit my job. Technically, I've already quit. I haven't finished yet. But one of the things that I'm most known for in my job is being very good at code review. So looking at other people's horrible code is something I'm very good at. Also, the product I work on, it's like a massive legacy code. It's like 1 million lines of code, most of which was written like 15 years ago at least. Some of it is awful. So I have a very thick skin when it comes to other people's terrible code. I've been working there long enough that I finally had the thing happen, which is like the meme where I was reviewing some code, or like looking at some old code, and I was like, oh, this is terrible. What idiot wrote this? They must have been a total buffoon. And I checked, and it was me. I was the buffoon. So that was fun. But yeah, I think the biggest hurdle for me with trying to make any changes to ship is that I primarily have been working in Java, and I'm pretty sure that all of the this isn't even a hint. I'm pretty sure that all of ship is written in C, and so Java is based on C kind of, and I've looked at C code before. I one of the things I did at work was related to Redis, the software key value store thing, and that's all written in C. And so I had to learn a bit of C to be familiar with that. I shouldn't have jumped down. I should have checked what the sculpture at the top was. Never mind. So it's not a huge barrier to entry, but it would make life slightly more difficult. But I guess that would be a fun little side project to do. Maybe I'll think about actually doing that, because I would like to make it so that if you skip waking up Talon and then find Weird Egg afterwards, that you can still wake up Talon, because otherwise there is no way to wake up Talon. You can never check the Cuckoo game or Malon as a child, which means you're skipping 2 checks, which is potentially risky. I was responsible for fixing the terrible esoteric bugs of other people's code. I personally believe that everybody should be responsible for fixing the terrible bugs of other people's code. But I understand that is not a majority opinion. I have a hard enough time fixing the terrible esoteric bugs in my own code. So I missed the sculpture over on the island, so I guess I can waste some time here and wait for it to be night and then go over there at the end. Because I'm not taking the owl when I leave, so I think it makes sense to... How did I miss? When I describe this, it's going to sound a lot more impressive than it actually was, but it's my favorite thing that ever happened to me at work. We have a bunch of performance tests, which are supposed to report when there's a relative change in performance from one version of the product to another version of the product, right? And we had some of these tests were really inconsistent, I guess would be the way to put it. There's a little instability in the test. So you run the tests 5 times with the same build, and you'd get 5 different sets of numbers, which shouldn't happen, right? And so I was looking into why this was, and I realized, there is a problem here. Someone has made a silly mistake. And so I added a single semicolon to one file, and performance improved by 3,000%. Obviously, performance doesn't actually change. What actually happened was the tests were more consistent, and so the tests were no longer broken, basically. But the apparent impact was that performance was improved by 3,000%, which I thought was fantastic for just adding a semicolon. Arrows, don't want those. Bug fixing is one of my favorite parts of coding. Yeah, I really enjoy the intellectual challenge of figuring out a really weird bug. I've been working on a feature recently which had a lot of that kind of stuff, a lot of really, really tricky bugs, timing conditions, race conditions, and synchronization issues and stuff like that. And so it was every single time I figured out one of these really, really hard to crack bugs, I felt really good. Unfortunately, for as many really difficult bugs as I've fixed, I've never actually got a promotion in the last 2 years or received any kind of meaningful sort of benefit from the company, which is a major reason as to why I'm leaving my current job, because why should I be working so hard for no reward? I remember one service that would randomly fail tests around 1 in 10 runs. I wish that our tests were only failing randomly 1 in 10 runs. We have some tests which fail more frequently than that. In a way, it's worse when some tests fail 1 in 100 times, or even we have some tests which fail 1 in 500, 1 in 1,000, where they're frequent enough that they're annoying, that the test will randomly fail, and you'll go and check to make sure you haven't broken anything, and it's oh no, it's just this weird flaky test issue. But they're not frequent enough that it's easy to actually debug them. Especially some of our tests will take half an hour to run. We have some really, really big system tests, and so trying to debug a flaky system test, which reproduces a failure one in every 500 run, every 1,000 runs, is awful, especially when we used to run all of our tests on the cloud, but then we got acquired by another company, and they were like, nope, we've got to save loads of money, so you're not allowed to use the cloud for stuff anymore. So now we have to, instead of being able to run like 100 tests in parallel and just spend a bunch of money with Amazon or whoever to run them, now we have to run it all on like our proprietary hardware one at a time, because everyone is trying to use these same machines to run the test. It's just it's awful. I am not going to be, well, I am going to be sad to be leaving the people I work with at that job, but I'm not going to be sad to be leaving the company. The company is crap. I guess that is one thing that, yeah, like they are paying me to just sit around and wait, but I'm really, really bad at like being lazy on purpose. Like, so I've known that I've been leaving this job for like over a month. They gave us this like option basically saying either you can return to working 5 days a week in the office, or you're fired, basically. We'll give you severance. And I don't want to work 5 days a week in the office. It's stupid. Half the people I work with aren't even in that office. They're in some other office in another part of the country. So I'll be, commuting 45 minutes in order to be able to go and sit in a Zoom call with someone, which is dumb. So I've known I've been leaving for ages, and so I've been deliberately trying to not work very hard, because there wasn't much point in me working hard before because they weren't really recognizing my work anyway, but now I'm not even going to be with the company for very much longer, so I definitely don't want to be busting my ass and stressing myself out and doing too much work. So I've been really trying hard to slack off as much as I can. In a recent meeting, in my last meeting with my manager, he congratulated me on my incredible work ethic for carrying on working hard the whole time, and I'm like, this is devastating. I've been trying my hardest to slack off and people still think I'm working hard. Why am I so bad at being lazy? So I guess, it's not really something you can put on your resume, is it? Like, I'm so productive that even when I'm trying to be lazy, it looks like I'm doing work. That's a bit of a red flag for employers, I think. I'm popping out here to get the grottos, because I will forget otherwise. And then I think I'm going to head back into Lake Hillier and take the shortcut to Zora's Domain. One of my well, obviously, right now in the US, where I live, it is not a fantastic time to be looking for a job, especially a job in tech. So I'm a little bit anxious about that, just generally, of like hopefully I will find a good job that I like. But also, I'm a little bit just generally anxious about. So I have a somewhat negative view of the job I had been working at, because there was a lot of stuff that was kind of not ideal, I guess I would say, about the way things were run and like thought process and stuff like that. And so I'm hoping that that's not just how it is absolutely everywhere, and that they were actually kind of bad, because otherwise, like, moving job isn't going to improve a lot of that stuff for me. So I guess I'll have to wait and see. I do know that there's some statistic of 50% of companies are failing. They just haven't fully failed yet. So hopefully I won't end up with one of those, but I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. I'm not too worried about it. Like, I know that I'm good at my job, and so I'll probably be pretty good at any job I do find. I just hope that I can find one that I actually enjoy again, because I used to really enjoy my current job. Like 2 acquisitions ago, when we were owned by a different company, I really, really liked the work. I really liked the way that we did stuff. So hopefully I can find something like that again, even if it's a smaller company. Like right now, I work for Broadcom, which is like one of the bigger tech companies in the world, or at least in the US. And they are very, very like corporate hellscape kind of thing. So I'd be much happier, I think, working for a smaller company. Like I don't want to work for Amazon or Google or any of these, like, the big tech companies, because I just think I would be miserable. So we'll see how it works out. Maybe I'll find some like cute little startup with like a good culture fit for me, and I can be happy in my job even if I end up making less money, which is the main thing. It doesn't matter how much money you're making if you're miserable. Okay, fingers crossed for something good in this shop that I can actually afford. Or the game could crash. When was the last time I saved? It was a while ago. Okay, I wish. I wish this didn't happen. It's so frustrating when the game crashes and I haven't saved in a while. Okay, I'm gonna bring up the check tracker and we're gonna really quickly just try and collect all the stuff that I need to collect. So we had 2 skull tokens from Hyrule Field. We had some stuff there. Okay, not too bad, I think. Oh wait, there's all this stuff. Oh, I haven't saved in ages. Oh my god. Are there any? Okay. Oh yeah, I really haven't saved in so long. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm such an idiot. Okay, well we've got a lot of backtracking to do, I guess. Okay. Oh, I hate it. Okay, so do I have prescription? Okay, I have prescription at least. I don't need to go and get that again. I worked at a fairly large company, but my manager was fantastic and he shielded the team from most of the bureaucracy. I've had some good managers, I've had some less than good managers, but like there's only so much they can do, and like they haven't really been able to protect us from a lot of the nonsense. I just noticed Gerudo Fortress keyring is in Kikiru shop, and I never wrote it down. So I would have spent the entire game not knowing where this was. In a way, it's good that I crashed. Okay. Let's begin the painful backtracking. Okay, so where are we going? Let's go to Zora's River. Actually, thinking about it, I guess now we can do what we originally intended to do and take the shortcut to Zora's River and then go into Zora's Domain directly. Right? So, because I know that the Zora's shop has good stuff because we were just there and we saw it. There was a hammer in there. So, yeah, I think maybe it does make sense to do that. I'll close this for now. I will be opening up it again after I'm done with Zora's Domain and Zora's River and Zora's Fountain. I need you know how a lot of streamers have a redeem to remind them to stretch and drink water? I need one that's just save your game. Because the number of times that this has happened. Okay, so I must have saved after getting that sculpture. Okay. Oh, and I want to be in the river so I can get rupees. But I don't want to go all the way to the bottom of the river and have to exit. Oh, actually, no, because now I have choose, I can get back in here. So this is actually okay. But I can check Bean Guy, because I skipped Bean Guy last time. Like a fool. So dodging all of the rupees, there we go. Okay, and then I can also take the Cucco up to the grotto, which I skipped last time as well. Reasonably sure I saved after getting that. And who knows, maybe Hookshot is in the grotto. Let's put our correct shield back on. So, okay, the fact that I was wearing Hylian shield when I reloaded means I think I must have... The last save must have been after that game over in Death Mountain Crater, which was a while ago. I know I have the menu bar still visible at the top. I want to keep that open because it'll remind me that I need to go and open the check tracker again and retrace my steps. So apologies if it's annoying for it to be there, but I need the reminder. Don't care. More choose. I'm not even going to bother reading that hint, because the hints are so trash, this seed, that it's unlikely it's going to be anything useful. Oh, I just realised my, because I crashed, my piece of heart counter is now off. The tracker thinks I have 4, but in reality I have 2. So that's going to be fun. I'm going to constantly think that I'm about to get extra health, but I'm not. That's another thing that I wish Ship would be able to handle better, is the tracker showing the correct count for stuff. Because if you pick up... I think the key count is probably also going to be off now. Because if you pick up a key and then crash, or like just exit without saving, then the tracker remains incremented, but your actual number of keys goes back down, and the tracker doesn't account for that. So that'd be a nice thing to fix. Okay, so the timing for this ended up being not too bad. We have a little bit of waiting around outside for it to be night, but then we're okay. But I think I must have lost like half an hour of progress from that crash, which is pretty bad. And now I don't have any money either. So if there is expensive stuff in the shop, I'm going to have to farm some rupees here before I can actually get it. Just grab some nuts. You can never have too many nuts. Okay, a cheap hammer. I will definitely be buying that. A cheap key. I will be buying that. An ice trap, which I will not be buying. Okay, I will not buy anything right now because I need to go and do diving game. Diving game will give me some rupees. I'll play diving game twice, I think, and hope that the second time gives me like a good rupee reward. So this will put me to 60 once I'm done, and then if I play again, how much do I need? I need 70 for the hammer, and then was it 55 for the key? So 125 total. So I'll probably have to play it a couple of times. That's unfortunate. At least this one was relatively quick. Oh, 45. Okay. Still, I think that probably puts me, unless I get lucky and get a huge rupee or a purple rupee on the first diving game, I think I'll probably end up having to play it twice. Actually, what I should do, I think, should I... How likely is it the hammer would be helpful in any dungeon I happen to find? I think not likely. So okay, I'll do fountain first, because hammer isn't going to help me do anything in here. It's possible I find rupees in here anyway, and then I don't have to waste time doing diving game. So we'll do things in this order. I'm sad I spent all that time farming up chews to get to 50, and now I'm back at 18 again. Nothing. I'd love a bottle or an ocarina. I'd also love if I didn't miss my first shot every single time. There we go, what did I just say? Maybe we find rupees, and we did. Perfect. It's one of the things I really enjoy about Randomizer, is tiny little things like that, where you, if you think about it, you can be slightly more optimal, right? They're like, yeah, I could have spent a bunch of time farming up rupees in the diving game and then buying 2 items and then come up here. What was that? Useless. But the 2 items I could buy aren't going to help me with whatever is in Jabu. Like, even if Jabu is Fire Temple, I'm not going to be able to do anything in Fire Temple. I've only got 3 hearts, and I'm child. So there is no reason for me to buy those items yet. Okay, Jabu's DC. Which means I will have to beat DC as child, but I can't beat it right now because I have no way to beat King Dodongo. So let me add this to my notes. Saving all that time just to go out of the way for that hint. That, yeah. I mean, I normally I would always check that hint, right? It's unfortunate that the current settings make that hint useless for some reason that I don't understand. But yeah, that's actually worked out pretty well, because now I can light the torches on my way down, then go shopping, and then Lake Hillier, I think. Yeah. So we're back onto the original plan. So okay, once I'm done shopping, I'm going to open up the check tracker again, and we can see where we actually need to check, because there's a bunch of stuff that we don't need to do. But I do want to make sure I get any pieces of heart, I think, any keys, and any skull tokens that I would have missed otherwise. Maybe the hints are better because they tell you everything to skip. Well, I guess like some of the hints are useful for telling you don't need to check this thing, but a lot of these hints have just been jokes. Like, and it must be a bug in ship. That's the only thing I can think. Okay, having hammer is fantastic. I love having hammer as child. Oh, and that means, have I? Okay, if I've been to Goron, have I been? Yeah, okay. I must have already been to Goron City, but I can go back to Goron City now and actually get that last check that requires hammer. If I want to. I'm really trying to spin it in some positive way. It's having a positive outlook is very good. It's something that I try very hard to do myself because I'm naturally very pessimistic. But being pessimistic just makes me sad. So let's see. So the only thing we care about here is the Scrub Grotto. But I will also try and farm some chews. And then I think I want to exit here normally not on the owl, so I can check the grottos, because the grottos had some good stuff. The Hyrule grottos, I mean. I don't remember what Gerudo Valley... Gerudo Valley, there was only one check, which I got, which was Deku Nuts, so we don't need to go right back there. In fact, let me just clear out these junk ones so I don't go back and check them. And I know that's junk as well. Wait, this side. Always paranoid I'm going to accidentally get picked up by the owl here. I don't need the left one, I just need the middle and the right. Cool. I wonder if there's a way to manually adjust the piece of heart counter and the key counter, because actually the key counter isn't too bad because it keeps track of both how many keys I have and how many keys I've picked up. So GTG currently thinks I've picked up 4 keys because I ended up picking up one twice, right? That one that I just collected. But it still shows me how many keys I currently have, which is actually the information I care about. But pieces of heart is a bit more annoying because like it does factor into whether I bother picking up a piece of heart later if I know it'll give me an extra like full heart container, but now it's off by 2, so I'm going to be constantly thinking that I have the wrong number. Let me save. Save often. Okay, so next we're going... So we don't care about that. Next we're going to... grottos. So 2 sculptural tokens. 1 in the open grotto, which is just over there, and 1 in the southeast grotto. Okay. So these 2. So we don't care about that one, we don't care about that one. Feels weird going out of my way to pick up gold sculptural tokens, because they're normally not worth getting. One thing I do wish that they could do, I don't know how hard it would be, is to have the check tracker be updated when you get hints. Because, like, for example, I know that the check that I get from Ocarina of Time will be Nocturne of Shadow. Right? I got a hint from one of the Gossip Stones for that. But it's not reflected in the check tracker. Like, I have the check tracker, but I also have to have my own notes. It would be nice if the check tracker just picked up stuff that you got from hints. Okay, so let's see what we have left that we need to go back and get. Stuff in CAC. The gold sculptures in CAC. Okay. Oh, and Death Mountain Crater. Had Greg. Okay. And then all the stuff in Lon Lon, but actually only 2 things mattered. The freestanding piece of heart and the gold sculpture for the tree. Okay. Was there anything else? There was not. Okay, so... It's daytime. Where we go? I guess it makes sense to go to Lon Lon, even though I'm probably gonna have to stand around waiting for it to be night, which is unfortunate. Oh, that crash really... Oh, it's very, very frustrating. The only good thing about that crash is it reminded me that Gerudo Fortress Keyring was in Kokiri Shop, because I hadn't written that down. Is it turning... Okay, it's turning night. Could definitely have been worse. There we go. Okay, so we just want the tree. And then the one in the silo. And so in fact we can clear this and this and this and this. I say silo, it's not a silo, it's a tower. It says in the check tracker that it's the tower left cow and the tower right cow, but also just look at it, it's not a silo, it's not being used to store anything other than 2 cows. I don't know why I always think of it as the silo. I guess because it's on a farm. It was kind of I was watching Vanille do a co-op randomizer with Modest Narcissus, and it was Narcis's first randomizer. Oh no, it wasn't even. Was it even a randomizer, or was it just a regular vanilla playthrough? But they were doing co-op. Maybe it was a vanilla playthrough. They were doing co-op, and they came in here, and Narcy treated this as if it was like one of those sliding block puzzles where you have to, like, you know, move everything around and make the picture rather than just move one of the blocks 1/2 of a movement. And so he was in there for like quite a while, sliding blocks around before he kind of got the solution, and it was amusing to watch. Okay, so we are now going to CAC. We hope we make it to CAC when it's still night. I think we should be able to make it to CAC when it's night because it's very early night right now. We're still going to miss Dampe, I think. This is where I wish I could Hess, because if I could Hess, I think we might be able to make it to Dampe in time. But no matter. And then in CAC, we can do the gold sculpture on the tree and the gold sculpture. Yeah, just a few checks in CAC. And then we're back up Death Mountain Trail, and now we have a hammer, which we can equip swap over sticks if we need it. Okay. How are we doing for keys? We've got 3 fire keys. That's good. Three is like the minimum number of keys I kind of want before I go into Fire Temple. Not that I know where Fire Temple is right now, but like with three keys you can check a lot of stuff in Fire Temple. With 1 you can check a little bit, and with 2 you can't actually really check any more than you can with 1. So 3 is the sweet spot, I think. I mean, 4 is the minimum required for me to beat the temple. I guess technically not. To beat the temple, all I need is the boss key. And it's possible to get the boss key with no keys. Okay, we've got that. Then it's Sculpture House, and then the one on the Watchtower. Okay. We are almost caught up to where we were before. It's very unfortunate that there's the one check that I that didn't save from Death Mountain Crater is Greg, which is the most important check that I got there, I think. So I have to go back up and get that. Can I... No. I was going to see if I could angle the tree correctly without actually grabbing the ladder, but I could not. Okay, so I can clear out this, 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 this. And then we save. Okay, and then it's just Greg. It's my one remaining. Yep. Okay. Oh, finally. What was DC? Jabu was DC. Okay, I still don't want to go to Jabu. I will pop into Goron City, I think, because now that I have Hammer, I can get that one chest from the Boulder Maze. Okay, so where am I going next is the question. Now that I've finally caught up with all the stuff that I missed, where's next? Okay, first things first, let's actually get Hammer equipped. If I can. I wish I didn't have such trouble with equip swap. This is something that I'm hoping my new controller will help with a little bit, because part of the problem with this controller is that it's there's a lot of like stick drift, so it's hard to hold diagonal angles. There we go. And I don't have strength, I don't have bombs, so there's still no point in me lighting the torches right now. Hopefully this is actually a good item and all of this is worth it, but if it's not, that's not the end of the world. Let's see. Hookshot. No. Oh, okay, nut upgrade is not terrible. It wasn't a junk check. That's something. Oh, there's something else I wouldn't mind changing about ship is, right now, at least with the settings I have, maybe this is something you can change, I don't know. If you, let's say I find, if I don't have bombs yet, and I have Stone of Agony that's showing me the chest contents, like if it's good or junk, then a chest with bomb bag in it will be golden, right? Because I don't have bombs, so bomb bag gives me a new item. once I have the smallest bomb bag, the other bomb bag chests will not be golden. And I kind of feel like they should be, because getting a bigger bomb bag is really good. Like, having 40 bombs instead of 20 makes a huge difference. So I'd like to change that. I'd also like to change it so that once you've found a bomb choose, and bomb choose are in logic, the other bomb chew checks aren't gold. Because right now they are. So numerous times I've been like, oh great, cool, a good item in a gold chest. I wonder what it's going to be, and it's just more bomb chews, like 5 bomb chews. Which is as many as I would get from a grass patch. So it'd be nice to change that. The more I think about it, the more I feel like maybe I should actually try and submit some pull requests to ship just to make some of these changes, or just fork it and have my own build. Okay, is there anything I can do in here that I couldn't do before? Now that I have ham, I guess I could mega flip down and get the grotto, but I'm bad at chew mega flips, so I will not be doing that. Also, when I go back to adult, it's trivial to come in here and get it. And I will be going back to adult somewhat soon, I think. Let's take the owl down. Owl, let me talk to the owl. Why is it not letting? There we go. Because I know that there's 50 rupees here. And I can get another 50 from Anju, and that'll fill us back up to almost 200, which is nice. Still no Dampe though, unfortunately. And I'm not going to be standing around waiting for it to be nighttime just to do one check from Dampe. Okay, so where are we going now? Is it time to go back to adult? I think it might be. Let's see, I've checked Jabbo entrance, I've checked DC entrance, and I've checked Deco entrance, I've checked Bottom of the Well entrance. Those are all the ones that are like simple and easy to do as a child. I've done Gruda Valley, I've done Lake Hylia, I've done Lon Lon, I've done Cac. Yeah. With the items I got right now, it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to try and do other stuff. At least not as child. Like, there's stuff I can do right now. Like, I can do the grottos in the Lost Woods, for example, but there's no reason for me to do them as child, but I can do them as adult. Yeah, so unless I had a bottle or an ocarina to play a Pona song, I don't think there's any reason for me to do more stuff as child. I will check this grotto just to see what's in it. I should write that down. And I should not let it become nighttime while that happens. Okay, so that was a skull token at the Grotto de Kakariko. Okay. Seems like it should be easy enough to flag all bomb upgrades as important. Flagging only the first head choose might involve more tweaks to the tracker itself. Maybe. Did I not check this, or is this the thing I checked and it just was junk and then I didn't come back and get it? I think maybe this is already a thing that I checked and it was junk, but better safe than sorry. Let's have a look. I'm pretty sure I checked it. Yeah, okay, well, more money. Doesn't hurt. Oh, but I can do chew bowling now. That is something I can do before I go back to adult. I'm glad I remembered that. Okay, so we're halfway to Soraya's song in terms of sculpture tokens. Alright, let's keep our fingers crossed for the second target not being in the middle, because that screws up my... Okay, well, you don't need to do that. And we should do that. Yeah. Okay, not in the middle. Good. Means we can do this the easy way. There's a really cool trick that Tass does, or that I have seen Tasses do, where there's like one little pixel where in the second wall there's a gap, and so you don't need to actually hit the second target. You can just put a chew through this gap and hit the third target when the second wall is still up, which is kind of neat. So yeah, okay, back to adult. What time is it? I think I'm going to take a break after I turn back to adult because I need to feed the dog and take the dog out. So I will be putting the BRB screen up. It'll be a slightly longer BRB because the dog. I have to make his meal because he has special food because he's a special boy, and then he can be a bit reticent about actually ever wanting to go outside and do his business. Like even in just the backyard, he's just a very nervous dog, and so he doesn't like going out very much. So it might be a slightly longer break. Okay, so we want that there. We want that there. I think we want. Oh, this is a nightmare to navigate this menu. There we go. Okay, that's all fine. Okay, I will be right back after I have fed the dog. So let me put up my BRB screen and make sure the message is correct for the BRB screen. What do we have? Why is that not centered? That's good enough. Okie doke. Yeah, I will be right back. Actually, I will play an ad because why not? Because I'm going to be gone for a little bit. So, thank you for sitting through the ad. If you get the ad, if you do not get the ad, thank you for either having ad block or subscribing, I guess. And yeah, I will try and be back as quickly as I can. Thank you for your patience. Okie doke, I am back. And unfortunately, my be right back message was a lie. The dog did not want his food. So, I don't know. Maybe he's just sad because my housemate's out. Or, I don't know. Maybe I don't know when he had his supper. He might have eaten really, really late last night, so it's possible he's just not hungry. Oh well. It's always a struggle trying to get him to eat, which is weird because, you know, most dogs are super food motivated and it's like they'll eat anything, but he's very fussy about his food and sometimes he just doesn't want anything. Let's see, where are we going? Oh yeah, we need to go back to CAC during the day to check Bazaar. And then where are we going? Let me grab some rupees here because we're about to go shopping. Okay, so I guess I have a prescription, but I don't have an easy way into Zora's domain, so that's not helpful. I can check Water Temple entrance. Because if Water Temple leads to fire, I can actually do a fair bit in there, except I don't have very much health. Oh, I have... That's 4 rupees. I wouldn't mind finding more heart pieces, actually. Will I make it before night? Yes. Only just. If you're curious, I got the same Fortnite ad twice in a row, and then one for women's socks. That's weird, but not super unexpected, I guess. I think I have, you know, there's like different, like you can have like ads that are tailored for your audience and stuff. I think I have all that stuff turned off because I want Twitch to have as little information about me stored as possible. So I guess maybe it's not entirely surprising if people are getting weird random ads that don't seem related. I'm kind of curious, like, obviously, the amount of revenue you generate from ads is highly dependent on the number of people watching, and I have a very small viewership. But at some point, presumably, enough people will have watched enough ads on my stream that Twitch will give me some amount of money for it, and I have no idea when that will be or how much it will be, because I think it's probably going to be the case that my first payout from Twitch is going to be like 3 cents or something. Where am I going? What am I doing? I have hammer, so yeah, I can go... don't spend that all in one place. Yeah. It's honestly the only reason I monetize with Twitch is because, at least the impression that I had was that even if you don't monetize your own channel, Twitch will still play ads. Even like once you've reached the bar for affiliate, and so if Twitch are going to be playing ads anyway, I may as well get some small benefit from it. I'm definitely not trying to become a professional Twitch streamer. I wanted to go... Where do I want to go? Let's see. Done all the... Oh, yeah, I was going to check... I'm standing right next to it. The whole reason I came here. Nothing. Except some expensive bomb shoes. Oh, well. So... I can check Water Temple entrance. I can check Fire Temple entrance, although it'll be a bit of a tight squeeze health-wise, time-wise. Yeah, let's do that. Oh wait, no, I'd have to chew Mega Flip. God, where am I going? Let's check Water Temple entrance, because it could be that Water Temple is Fire Temple, and I could do some stuff in Fire Temple. So okay, let's do that. Or actually, no. First things first. Should I go to Zora's River and try and find hookshot? Well, no, because I can't actually collect anything. Yeah, I can't get any of the checks in Zora's River as adult because I need either hookshot or boomerang. So I think Lake Hylia makes sense as the first place to go. Okay, well let's just do that. Because I can check water temple entrance. There's a chance I can do some stuff, whatever that ends up being. It's a shame that I got a hint that Deku Tree is junk, because Deku Tree is one that you can basically always just clear right off the bat. I know where DC is. I can do a lot of stuff in DC, but I can't beat King Dodongo because I don't have strength or bombs. But I guess, and also it's Jabu, which means I have to do it as child. So I can't really do anything in Ice Cavern because I don't have magic, which is a shame. I guess I can play. No, I can't. I don't have an Ocarina or a bottle. I was going to say I could play Minuet, but no. As soon as I find a bottle or an Ocarina, a lot of stuff opens up. Just because I have Epona's song, like I can get a bunch of checks from the cows. I did not mean to do that. I can't do anything in lab. Yeah. Okay. We're just going straight into Water Temple, I guess. It's an abrupt change in music. So what do I want this to be and what do I want it not to be? I don't want it to be Spirit because I can't do anything in Spirit as adult. Getting in here as child is a pain in the ass. Deku, I don't really want it to be because I know Deku's junk. Although I guess even if it's Deku, I can at least beat Deku Tree. Okay, it's water. Let me write that down. Can I do anything in here without Iron Boots or Hookshot? I can check what the very first sculpture on the left is, but that doesn't really help me. Yeah, that's it. I can't do anything else. I don't want to waste a key just to check what something I can't pick up is. Alright, well, that's that idea scuppered. So, okay, so what are we doing next? It really feels like I should be able to do more. I can't get into Shadow Temple. I can't get across the bridge in Gerudo Valley. I can't get into Forest Temple. I guess I could do some checks in Jabu. That doesn't really feel great though. I feel like I'm missing something. I guess there's... Oh, the Lost Woods grottos. I can do those. So let's go to Lost Woods, I guess. It feels like I'm maybe bombs or magic or hover boots. Maybe not. Actually, no. Hover boots allows me to chew hover. So if I can find bombs or hover boots or a bottle or an ocarina, then suddenly a lot of stuff opens up for me. Or hookshot, right? Like finding hookshot is always good, basically. So yeah, grottos. Oh, I should check the the sculpture here as well, just to see what it is. Yeah, if I had hover boots, I could go into Shadow, because I know Shadow's in Deku Tree. I think. I feel like hover boots would actually maybe be the best thing for me to find right now, because it would let me get across the bridge in Gerudo Valley, because I have hammer. So I could like recoil hover across the bridge. It would let me do some stuff in Shadow Temple. Do I have... No, I don't have anything for him. Oh, but I can check the grotto in Deathman Crater as adult, so I should do that because that's 2 or 3 checks right there. I forget how many scrubs are in that grotto. So I'll come back and do that after I've... No, I'll do that now because... Well, no, I'll do that now. Whoops, I did not mean to fall down that hole. This should be a fairly quick in and out, whereas going all the way to the end of Lost Woods, then I'll have to do Sacred Forest Meadow because I'll want to get the check from Minuet at the end. So yeah, let's do this first. Okay, here's 3. So I guess another wallet would help as well, because that would get me bombs. So there's quite a lot of items in the pool that will help me right now. There's one of them. That opens up a lot of stuff. So time to go and visit all the cows. But first, let's check the Scrub Grotto in here. How are we doing for skull? 17 skull tokens, are a little way off Soraya's song. I guess the Spirit Key is not actually any use to us right now because we have no idea where Spirit Temple is. Okay, so yeah, after this we're going back through the shortcut to Lost Woods. We're going to the end of Lost Woods to get the grotto there. Then we're going to Sacred Forest Meadow. We're doing the rest of Sacred Forest Meadow. Then after we've done that, cows. Yeah. Ooh, another wallet. Okay, that gives us bombs. Alright, suddenly we're in business. Everything is looking up. And we even get some more health, which is going to help. So bombs were at Goron's shop. Wow, that's convenient. With that in mind, I think it is worth going and checking what Fire Temple entrance is, since we're right here. It's a shame I don't have Goron Tunic. I feel like I must have seen that in a shop somewhere and just forgot to write it down. There we go, we've got bombs. That allows me to Mega Flip. Maybe Zora shop? I think you could be right. I'm gonna save. Okay, we want that. So, yeah, this allows us to check the Bolero cutscene as well. First things first, I'm gonna get a little bit of extra health. I guess I should It doesn't matter. I was going to say I should break the rocks over there, but I don't think it matters now that I've got bombs. Wait, let me get a good angle. This is where we discover that I suck at mega flips. I don't know what's going on. Like, sometimes I just completely lose all consistency with the trick, and that's happened recently with mega flips. My brain just gets the wrong idea about the timing, and it's really hard for me to shake. I don't have very much time because I want to get across the bridge and also get into the bottom of Fire Temple, so I can't afford to waste time here. He says, wasting a bunch of time on the angle. And that keeps happening, which is really annoying. This is another reason why hover boots would be helpful, is because it means that there's a bunch of places where I can just use hover boots instead of using a mega flip, because I am currently bad at mega flips. That was weird. I really, really wish I had Gorantuny, because then I wouldn't have to keep going in and out of the hole to reset the timer, but it is what it is, I guess. There we go. Not a difficult trick. Okay. So we should have plenty of time to get in here. And what do we... I guess we hope that this is vanilla. If this is Fire Temple, we can probably get a bunch of checks in here. It's bottom of the well, okay. That's also fine. It's nice to find the bottom of the well, because there's a lot of stuff I can do in here as child. Okay, so... now we can actually play this. Another fire key, okay. Now I really want to find Fire Temple. Another useless hint, fantastic. Love to see it. No way he hit me. There we go. And we should be able to check this. Yep. I feel like I maybe don't need to write down all of these Skull Sculpture tokens anymore. Because I need 12 more for Soraya's song. Which we should find fairly quickly. Oh, I had a hit for stone as well, 230 from Potion Shop. It might be worth picking that up just because it's nice to have stone. Although stone mostly just means that I don't pick up hard containers, and right now I want more health, so maybe I don't want stone. Maybe it actually is unhelpful. But now that I have bombs, I can beat Donongo's Cavern. So maybe I should go back to Child? Because Child can check more cows than Adult as well. Let's see. I can check what this is. Piece of heart, okay. I think going back to Child makes sense now. I can beat Jabu, not Jabu, sorry, I can beat DC, which is at Jabu. I can do a bunch of cow checks. And I can do, I can do 2 frog song checks in Soul's River and maybe find a hookshot as well. Okay. I've convinced myself. Oh, and also I should check here to see what the spiritual stones are. Oh, does it only show me as child? Yeah, okay, I need to check it as child. So, Ocarina, tap bombs out. We've still got hammer equipped, okay. Water, fire, forest. Okay, I will make a note. And of those, I know where water is. I don't know where fire and forest are. So it's a possibility that one of fire or forest are Shadow Temple, in which case Nocturne requiring me to beat them is kind of useless. Okay, is there anything I can do here that I couldn't do before? No. So I just save warp? Where am I going? I'm going to Jabu. Hello? There we go. Oh, and I can do... I think I go to Zora's River first, because if I can find Hookshot, that's fantastic. That makes everything I'm about to do easier. Because Hookshot is a good item. So, first things first, I'll go and do Ocarina game, and then take the shortcut to the river, and I'll play 2 songs for the frogs, and we'll see what we get. Down, left, up. Down, left, up. Down, left, up, right. Down, left, up, right. Down, left, up, right, left. Down, left, up, right, left. I have such difficulty remembering a sequence of 5 notes, it's unbelievable. Like, it really shouldn't be this difficult for me, but it is. My short-term memory is useless. But another fire key is nice to have. We're at the 5 now, which 5 is as many as I need, I think. And then we were taking this shortcut, right? Yeah. We don't need to do Navi Dive because we have scale. So I'll do this first, then... I guess, does it make sense to go bottom of the well? If I can find Hookshot here, then, it's a lot more... I can do more stuff in bottom of the well, basically. I can do the light cage without having to waste a key, which is nice. I'd love to find Hookshot here, it'd be so good. Because that means I can get into Forest Temple, it means I can get across the bridge. It means a lot of stuff is accessible. So fingers crossed. Good items from the frogs. There it is. Amazing. Alright, so we went for a seed where I was really struggling to know what to do next, to all of a sudden I found an ocarina and bombs and hookshot. So we're in business now. Alright. So... I'm just going to check forest entrance real quick. Things really picked up after those grottos. Yeah, I love the way things can change so quickly in a randomizer when you just find that one item that helps you. Spirit. Yeah, I can do Child's Side of Spirit. Let me write this down. So this increases the chance that I need to beat Shadow Temple. Not Shadow, sorry. I need to beat whatever temple is in Graveyard, like the Shadow Temple entrance, in order to get Nocturne. But since I now have Hookshot, that's fine. I can Hookshot jump up into Shadow Temple. No problem. Oh, good thing I unequipped my... Should have had Choose Out. Good thing I unequipped my shield because I would have lost it. I'm taking too much damage here. Cool. Can I just... Yeah. Just get the Stealthos out the way for a bit. I can't aim. There we go. Almost got knocked off by the skull. I only have one Spirit Key. I think I need 3 in order to like check everything. But I also don't have Mirror Shield, so it's not like I can beat Spirit anyway. And I also, to do the adult side of Spirit, I'm going to need Silver Gauntlets. That would be a trick that'd be very useful for me to learn, is getting past the Silver Gauntlets blocks as adult. I know that there is a way to do it. I just don't know how to do it. It's not what I wanted to do. Go. What's that? Oh, magic. Very nice. What does that let me do? That lets me beat Ice Cavern very easily. Oh, and I need sticks here. Okay, that's cool. It's Child's Side of Spirit done. So we should go to Fire Temple to do Bottom of the Well and clear that out. Because I can check everything in Bottom of the Well right now. And we need to go to Jabu to be able to beat DC. So quickest way there. Quickest way to Jabu is probably via Lake Hylia, maybe. It's kind of awkward. They're both kind of out of the way. So I only have the one Bottom of the Well key. It'd be nice to have a second one, because then I can just definitely get everything in there. It'd be nice to find Lullaby, because then I don't have to worry about using blank A to check the underwater chests. But let's just go. Let's go. It'll take a little while to get there because we've got to get the Cuckoo and go behind the waterfall. But let's go to Jabu and beat Jabu, and then we don't have to worry about going up to Fountain anymore as child. Because there's a small possibility that there's like a good item behind both of the key doors in bottom of the well, in which case I would need to come back with a second bottom of the well key. Whereas with Jabu, I can definitely clear all of Jabu and get all of the items in there. Apart from if the Scarecrow Song Gold Sculpture is something good, because I can't get that as child. Or, I mean, I can, but I have to do a really tedious hover. Oh, I just realized I wasted some time. I could have mega flipped to the ledge and got the Cuckoo from there rather than grabbing this one. I think that would have been quicker if I managed to do the mega flip. But since I currently suck at mega flips, it probably would have actually been slower. Okay. So now it's the phase of the randomizer that I'm really bad at, which is just beat dungeons. I always get sidetracked trying to do other checks, whereas what I should really be doing now is beat DC, clear bottom of the well, then I guess cows. I need to remember to do all the cows. That's why I came back to child partly. And then yeah, I'll need to go to adult. I need to find Deku and beat Deku. Then I need to go into Shadow Temple and beat whatever's in there. Then I need to go into Spirit Temple and beat whatever's in there. GTG and beat whatever's in there. So yeah, I got a lot of stuff to do, but we're definitely going. Oh yeah, and we can check Dora's shop and see if this did in fact have a tunic in it, because that'll make Fire Temple a lot easier. No, unfortunately. I'm reasonably sure you can't trade in prescriptions, child. So I won't try, I guess. So things it would be nice to find. Strength. Like a couple of strength upgrades would be very nice. Zelda's Lullaby would be very nice. That opens up a bunch of stuff. Oh, let me get Hammer again, because I don't think I need sticks for anything in here. Whereas Hammer is definitely useful. Dodongo's Cavern is so much slower as child, though. There's like a bunch of stuff that adult can do to skip things that child can't. Okay, so the other Ocarina of Time item is a blue rupee, which I guess is good to know, in that technically now I don't need Nocturne. Oops, I should have waited. Can I actually see what this item is? I think as child you're too short to peek up there, which is really annoying. Because I can't play Scarecrow Song because I'm child, so maybe I don't get to know what the item is. Is there anywhere I can stand where I can see even a tiny bit of the item? I feel like maybe not. Oh wait, I know what I can do. I'm dumb. Yeah. It's a skull token, okay. I always forget that, yeah, you can just look through the geometry sometimes. More bombs, okay. Do not burn my shield. Thank you. Okay, and because I have bombs, I don't need to worry about going all the way around. I can just come out here and do a ground jump, which is nice. It saves some time. Oh, but I need... Wait. Forgot I needed to get a weapon out. That's the wrong button. Okay, I think I got it. Yeah. I'm not used to that combination of button presses. I'm used to either using sword on B or sticks on right on the D-pad. Threw me off having a hammer there. Actually, with that in mind, maybe I should actually just... Let's put hammer where I expect sticks to be. Oh, there's Gorn Tunic. Very nice. Okay. When we eventually find Fire Temple, that'll come in handy. It seems a little like even the text when you get the item is like, oh, it's too big to fit a child. But like something being too big doesn't mean that you can't wear it. It just means that it's not a snug fit, right? Like adult Link can't wear Child Link's tunic because he's too big to fit inside it. But Child Link should be able to wear Goron tunic, right? Like it will be a loose fit, but he could wrap himself up in it like a big blanket. I don't need to wait for the rupees, I've got plenty. Okay, so the one other check in here which could be slightly frustrating or annoying is this one at the top of the stairs. If this is something good, I'm going to have to come back for it, I think. I don't think Hookshot reaches without actually climbing the stairs. They should let you but randomly trip while running around. That would be kind of funny. One step beyond crit wiggle, just like too big tunic tripping over. I think in Ship of Ocarina, I think there is actually a feature that allows you to equip tunics as child, but that would be cheating. Can I kill this guy with hammer? Yeah. A bottle, very nice. Okay, even more reason to stay as child for a bit longer. Oops. Why am I not turning around? There we go. And that is nothing. Okay, good. I do not have to worry about coming back for that. Just grab 20 rupees. Afro, hey, how you going? How you going? I'm not Australian. How you doing? No, I should pick that up. Because that puts me at 20 skulls, so I need 10 more to get Soraya's song. Okay, let's not lose our shield. Doing pretty well, been lurking. Okay, cool. Well, thank you for thank you for dropping the bottle emoji. It's always appreciated when people unlurk. Not that I obviously I don't have anything against lurkers. I've been a lurker myself in very many streams. I still have hardly any health. I wouldn't mind finding some more heart containers. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the point where being child does kind of suck because I have to go the long way around here. I think I don't know that there's a way for me to do this the way that I would as adult. So we're being slow, unfortunately. Definitely easier to yap with chatters giving material instead of lurking. That's true. I think I feel... Oh wait, wrong shield. Actually, for this I think I want sticks, actually. Sticks do more damage. I feel, in a way, grateful that I've started from, like, basically 0 viewers ever. Like my first stream, I think I had maybe some viewers because it was a first stream, but I've been used to having basically no one watching, and so not having chatters to interact with. There we go. Which is good practice for a streamer, I think, because sometimes the chat is just going to be slow. I'm sure that there are streamers who have always had some sort of audience and who aren't capable of filling dead air and like just kind of talking to themselves. So I feel grateful that that experience has been forced upon me, so that I can at least like talk a bit, even if no one else is talking. But as you say, it is a lot easier if there are other people talking. I guess the flip side of that is when you get big enough, when there's so many people talking that you can't actually respond to or read everyone. Which I think, I don't know, when the chat is going quite quickly, I tend not to bother getting involved. Like, I like being able to interact with the streamer. And so, like, you know, with really, really big streamers, like basically any member of Hololive, I will never talk in their chat because what's the point? It's just like everything gets lost in a sea of not spam exactly, but like, you know, other people talking a lot. I think the medium-sized streamers, medium is premium, right? It's the sweet spot where you can actually have meaningful interactions with your chat rather than it just being a kind of like a weird gestalt entity of thousands of people all saying stuff and spamming emotes and, you know. Medium is very much premium. Although, small is also good. in terms of streamers, and also boobs. Okay, we do not want to burn our shield here either. I should get into the habit of saving every single time I open the start menu. Just to avoid the situation we had earlier where I crashed and hadn't saved in 30 minutes. Boobs in general are pretty nice. I agree. Although, possibly controversial opinion, I'm not actually a fan of large boobs. I don't dislike them, but given a choice, I will take small or medium boobs every single time. I don't even really know why exactly. Personal preference, I guess. Prelude, that's nice. That helps me get around quicker. I need to go this way. As adult, you can ground jump up onto the block there, but you can't reach it as child. That block is kind of weird when you think about it. Like, the implication is you're supposed to push it down and then you can go back that way, but why would you ever want to go back that way? Because you've just been there and cleared the stuff, so like, I don't know. It very much depends on the whole figure, but I tend towards larger. That's true, yeah. Like, I guess also it depends what you mean by larger. Like, I feel like, so I am not a manga reader or an anime watcher. I have basically not really read or watched any manga or anime, which makes me, I think, a bit of an outlier in the PNG/VTuber world. But I have seen other drawn media from Japan of the hentai variety, and I think like what is large in reality is very different from what is large in anime and hentai and stuff like that. I think like bordering on utterly ridiculous. I think like a great example for me is the second Hololive EN generation. Like, you look at Sana and Crony in particular, and it's like cartoonishly large is not an understatement. Like, if you saw someone in real life with breasts as big as they are, the only possible like explanation would be that they had had an unhealthy amount of plastic surgery. And so, yeah, I don't know how I feel about it, I guess. Like, some people really, really love, like, you know, just bigger is better, but I feel like there is a limit where it crosses over into the ridiculous. The laws of nature, like physics and the force of gravity. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, free money. Okay, so that's two dungeon rewards in Greg, so one more and we can go into Ganon's castle, in which there are a bunch of checks. Okay, where are we going next? So that was DC done. Well, we want to go to Bottom of the Well, which is at Fire Temple, so let's go to Lake Hylia first, so we can do Scarecrow Song, now that we have an Ocarina. I have a ton. Maybe it is worth getting stone. It's in Potion Shop as adult. Okay, well, we'll come back for that, I guess, when we're adult. Where am I going? Actually, let me grab another stick. That's not sticks. This is sticks. There we go. We can get our correct shield back on now as well. I'd like to find Serenade, because that means getting back here as adult is quicker. But it's not completely necessary, I guess. Okay, we're going to Fire Temple, which means I have to go all the way up Death Mountain Trail. Okay, is there anything I can do as Char now that I have hook shot? I guess I had a couple of sculptures I can pick up, but I need it to be nighttime to get them. Oh, and cows. Okay, yeah, let's get the cow. Oh, we have a bottle now as well. Okay. With that in mind, okay, we're gonna do a little bit of backtracking here, unfortunately, but we can get bugs, and we can also get we get the grotto with the cow in it outside of Gerudo Valley here. I think what I'm trying to do now is mostly just get all of the stuff that's child only, and then go to adult and beat the seed. I don't think I have everything I need to beat the seed right now. I mean, I guess I have hammer. Hammer is like I need one of hammer, mirror shield, and boomerang. And I have hammer, so I have enough that I can beat enough dungeons. I guess it's more accurate to say I need two of hammer, mirror shield, boomerang, and Greg. And I have hammer and Greg. But I'm a little light on keys, so I will need to continue looking for stuff. Okay, don't have dins yet, so we have to do this. Too many. Too many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Let me... No, hints are useless this seed. Another skull token and nothing. Okay. So there are... Oh, and it's nighttime, which means I can check the sculpture on the wall here, which I forgot to get earlier. So there's bugs behind or underneath one of the rocks right here. I'm pretty sure. Right? Yeah. Nothing. We already checked the crate and we already checked the waterfall item, so it's just the cow and the soil patch. Then I'm going to go down the river back to Lake Hylia after crushing Lake Skull here, so I can get the soil patch in Lake Hylia. Then I should save warp, get the 3 soil patches in Kokiri and Lost Woods, I think, and then I can take the shortcut from Lost Woods to Goron City, and then get the soil patch outside DC, go up... Actually, no, go up Death Mountain Trail first, then get the soil patch outside of DC, I think. I don't know. There's a few options for the route I could take, but we'll figure it out. Ideally, I'd get to 30 skulls before I next get to CAC, so I can get Soraya's Song. But I guess, I mean, what does Soraya's Song is useful in Lost Woods and River, and I'm not going to go back to River unless I find Soraya's Song or some other song to play. And I'm going to go to Lost Woods next, I guess, so... Oh, unless I could take the owl and go to Lon Lon, because I know that there's a sculpture I can get there if it's nighttime. So maybe let's do that. Gotta remember I have bombs, so I should at least be practicing super sliding, even if I'm not actually gonna manage to do it. I wish I was not so bad. I think I'm rolling too early. There we go. One of the bad habits I have is that I will try and do a super slide or try and do a mega flip, and I'll fail because I got the timing wrong. I didn't actually mean to go in there. And then I'll do it again with exactly the same timing and expect it to work, which is not how things go. Yeah, I want it to be nighttime. Oh, I wanted to come in here anyway because of the cows. So yeah, it is sensible for me to come here. It's not just one check. It's turning night, which is good. I wish I had Sun Song. Remind me the definition of insanity again. I think it could be doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome, but it might also be doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome, or possibly doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome. I'm not sure I remember. Okay, so... Coos. Nemo! Sorry I'm late. I had to restock my larder after a month away. Absolutely no problem whatsoever. I would rather you be late and have food than be like early for stream and then starve to death. Whoops. The sickly Victorian child sort of aura that you have does not need to be enhanced by adding malnutrition. Poacher, okay. So maybe I go to CAC next then. I can trade in Poacher Saw. I can do Soul Patch in the graveyard. I think that makes sense. I only have 7 bombs. I'm not going to waste one with a super slide in here. What did you restock your larder with, Nemo? Obviously, don't feel like you need to list everything, but just like the more interesting things. I've been informed that my rice eating habits, i.e. several pounds a week mostly playing, are quite strange. That does sound like quite a lot of rice, but also rice is really nice and good and easy, so... I mean, I'm not going to judge. Honestly, the way I've been eating recently, my diet has been abysmal. I've not really had the mental fortitude to go out grocery shopping and to buy sensible food and to make food, so I've been ordering a lot of food. I think I had Burger King like 3 days in a row. In my defense, they are currently doing a limited time offer where they have this like steakhouse burger which has crispy onions on it. It's really tasty. So that's like a mitigating factor. But no, I think the day before yesterday, my supper was some salt and vinegar crisps, some smoked sausages, and three ciders, which is that's not everything a growing boy needs. I eat a lot of rice with chicken myself. It's a good combination. Forgot to get sardines. I often forget to get sardines. In fact, I make a point of forgetting to get sardines as often as possible, because I do not like sardines. I'm not a fan of, like... Oh, Jesus, sorry. I just had the shit scared out of me. Something brushed against my arm, and I thought for a second it was like an insect or a spider, but no, it was just a small dog wanting my attention for something. He hasn't pooped today. I'm gonna go double check. I'm so paranoid about him taking a crap on the carpet because he's elderly. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. I just need to go check out the dog. I'm not even gonna bother putting the BR back screen up because it'll be so quick. But yeah, just a sec. All right, I am back. It turns out the dog does not need to go outside to poop, or at least if he does, he's being very very cagey about it and not letting me know. Honestly, it's been... I don't know that he's ever actually shit on the carpet in this house. What he has done multiple times is gone downstairs and shit on the wooden floor, which honestly is not that bad. Like, it's a lot easier to clean up a wooden floor than it is a carpet. In fact, for that reason, we have a like a baby gate at the top of the stairs to stop him going downstairs if he's not being supervised, because he will just go down there and poop. But yeah. He's a complicated boy, but we love him. Yeah, okay, so we're going to CAC. It's the wrong time of day, really, to be going to CAC. I still haven't asked Dampe to exhume someone so I can steal their treasure. But I guess I can take the owl from the top of Death Mountain Trail. Oh, and there was a gold sculpture token in the graveyard as well. But I shouldn't get that right now because I only have 24. It's not going to get me up to 30, so there's no point getting it immediately. So, yeah, this soil patch, then I guess I should pop into Goron City because I can do the pot now. Then the cow on the way up to the top of Death Mountain Trail. Then everything in Death Mountain Crater. Actually, maybe I do Goron City after. Yeah, I'll do Goron City afterwards because I want to mega flip down. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Wait, I forgot. You gotta actually kill the sculpture and collect its item. You can't just run off. Ooh, Kojiro. I also got very large cabbage, several tomatoes, and a disappointingly expensive bottle of olive oil. See, disappointingly expensive kind of feels like it could go either way, right? Like, obviously, I think what you mean is that it was very expensive and that was disappointing. But also, like, if you bought like a 5-cent bottle of olive oil, I feel like that would be disappointingly expensive as well, because the implication there is it is god-awful olive oil. I had some entertaining texts in the family group chat earlier today. It's lambing at the moment, and so there's like various updates about, you know, like this sheep is about to give birth, or, you know, this sheep is having had triplets or whatever. But apparently one of the sheep got into some trouble, and the lamb was in some, you know, unorthodox configuration of legs in different directions and head the wrong way and stuff. And so my dad sorted it out, apparently. He didn't even ask my brother to come and help because it seemed like it was such a dire situation that it needed dealing with immediately. So there's a bunch of messages about I've just saved this lamb from an untimely fate, and its mother is going to be okay now, and she's had triplets and they're all doing well. And then the very next thing is my dad talking about how tasty the lamb he's having for supper is, which is, I guess that's the reason that we keep the sheep. But I just the juxtaposition I found kind of amusing of going to great lengths to prevent the death of a lamb and then eating a lamb. Okay, so we want to go all the way down here. Okay, I have to really not suck at mega flipping here. There we go. Okay, so we do this. Is mutton still at all popular in Wales, or has lamb taken over the market? So I guess I can't speak for everyone else's eating habits. Lamb is definitely more popular, I think. But mutton is definitely it's eaten, but like I don't know. I don't know when people would get mutton in preference over lamb, because the lamb is like local and fresh and good. It's not like there's a shortage of lamb. The impression I got was that mutton is what you get when you can't get lamb, and that lamb is just like objectively superior, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Okay. Oh, I need sticks for this. So I should be able to full clear this. It's the wrong button. Because I can use this trick to get the 2 underwater chests. Let me grab another stick while I'm at it. And I can vine clip to get to Dead Hand. And I can save scum to get both the key doors. I've heard its flavor is totally assaulting to the American palate. The American palate, I mean, say what you like about the British palate, and I'm sure many people have, but the American palate is definitely its own special thing. Also, I think that like, while definitely previously deserved, the various slanders about British food and British people eating British food stuff and no longer as accurate as they once were. I think that stuff was very, very much true in the like 70s and 80s probably, but we've got Gordon Ramsay and Jamie Oliver and various other people like that now. Like British chefs exist and have popular TV shows that have made it so that British people are no longer quite so fond of a plate of brown stodge. Okay, here we have a shadow key. I will take that. I don't know if maybe I have talked about this on stream before, maybe I haven't, I don't remember, but last time I was back home, we have like an annual like sort of Christmas party that my dad does for everyone in the village. I mean, like I say everyone in the village. In theory, everyone in the village is invited. In practice, like 4 different families show up every year, the ones that we're closest with. And they're all either farmers or heavily involved in farming, the local sort of farming thing. And so I was back home last Christmas for the first time in absolutely ages, and so I was able to attend the Christmas party and say hi to everyone. And I was chatting with some of the men, and so the men hang out in the kitchen and the women hang out in the other room. It's very like it feels like of a different time, I guess, the way that this thing happens. It's very like friendly. It's not at all formal, but there's definitely like I don't know, traditional gender roles are very much still enforced in the village, I think. But I was chatting with some of the farmers, and I kind of forgot who I was talking to, and started talking about. They were talking, I think, about the like people making fake meat and how the like fake meat companies are going bust and stuff. And I started talking about how, you know, because I was married to a vegetarian, I used to eat a lot of meat all the time, and then I got into the habit of getting the non-meat options just because it was easier to not have to have like 2 different meals. And that some of the fake meat is really good, and you can barely tell the difference. And I think it's a really good thing that they're making fake meat stuff. And then as I was saying, I was like, these people, their job is making real meat. Fake meat is a direct threat to their like livelihood. So I quickly pivoted to like, it's really, really good in places where they can't grow the meat for real because they don't have the right ground for it and stuff. And like, just like desperately tried to salvage the situation. It's very easy to forget, I think, for me sometimes, that despite like these people being like, I've known them since I was like 2 years old, went to school with their kids, they're lovely people, but some of the views they hold are extremely conservative. Because yeah, I don't know, I think in my brain I take it for granted that like, I like this person is a nice person, therefore they share the same kind of political views as me, which is definitely not the case. In fact, well, one of them is embarrassingly pro-Trump, which I don't understand. Like, I don't know how it's happened, because he's not a stupid person. He's intelligent, but for some reason he's just got it in his head that like Trump. Yeah, in Wales, a Welsh farmer. He voted for Brexit as well. I think it's just he's one of those people who is susceptible to being lied to, which is unfortunate. I did not mean to do that. I pressed the wrong button. Because, I mean, it's not like we have Fox News. I mean, like, if you really want to, you can watch Fox News in the UK, obviously. But, like, people who watch the news are going to be watching the BBC and stuff. And the BBC is not going to be, you know, parroting crazy propaganda to the same degree. So I think maybe it's like the internet. Maybe he's one of these people who goes on Facebook and watches videos telling him about, you know, various things that aren't true, but which he's not naturally inclined to question, maybe because it agrees with his own beliefs. And also, like, as much as I've joked about it in the past, like, xenophobia in Wales, I think, is unfortunately very much a thing. Maybe not to the same sort of vitriolic degree that it might be in places in America where people are like just, you know, overtly racist, but I think there's a lot of people in Wales who would prefer it if, for example, the Polish people went back where they came from and things like that. Like, it's ugly, but it's there. Okay, Kiri sword. Don't mind if I do. Like, it boggled my mind that Wales, effectively Wales voted for Brexit, because Wales receives disproportionately more funding from the EU than anywhere else in the UK. Like, there's stuff all over the UK saying like this was paid for by the EU, and there's a lot of that stuff in Wales. Build the wall, Hadrian's Wall. These pics, they've come covered in woad, raiding our villages is not okay. I think, I don't know. Xenophobia in Wales is a weird thing. Like, this is another thing I've joked about of like, oh, you're from North Wales, that's the bad Wales. But like, people genuinely believe that, some people. So like, the fact that you can be racist against someone who is from your own country. See also the average European's reaction to Romani travels. It's terrible. I had to like gently correct my uncle a few years ago because he mentioned about how, oh yeah, you know, down this lane down here, that's where the Pikeys live, and I had to tell him like that word is a slur. Like, it may not be one that you're aware of. I'm not saying that you're a bad person for using it, but just for your own like edification. that is a word that is deeply offensive and that you should avoid using. And he was like, oh, well, what am I supposed to call them? I was like, well, you could call them Romany if they're Romany. You can call them Travellers if they're Irish Travellers. Like, it's one of those things where, like, knowing the correct word to use just requires you make a small effort. I was actually really pleasantly surprised. Last time I was back in the UK, we were... my dad picked me up from the train station, and we were driving... damn it. We were driving back to my dad's house, and we went past an area which had a really spectacular Christmas tree light display. And I was like, oh wow, that looks like they're really making an effort. And he said, oh yeah, that's there's like a community of travelers have kind of set up there. And he just like unprompted used the correct term, and I was very pleased because he's definitely of a generation that like using the wrong words comes very easily to. But clearly at some point someone had told him that that's not the word you should use, and he'd taken it on board and corrected his language, which I was very pleased to see. He's still not the most enlightened when it comes to like gender stuff. I think he gets a bit confused as to what words you should and shouldn't use, but the fact that I married a trans man, I think, helped him with that a little bit. But you know, you do what you can with the older generation. The idea of Welsh people looking at another Welsh person and being going, you have a funny accent, is ludicrous. But they do, though. The North Welsh accent's weird, and they use the wrong words for stuff. I'm gonna drown. I'm actually gonna drown. I can't get out of the water. This is ridiculous. And now I'm just gonna die because I have no health. Oh my god. How have I done this so badly? And we have a barking dog as the low health sound. Fantastic. Okay, I just need to actually clip through here and then we'll be alright. Nope, I'm dead. Link is being punished for his sins. I think Link is being punished for my sins. The terrible sins of being bad at the game. We're 3 hours in and I have almost no health. This is crazy. I can't believe I found so few heart pieces. Everyone that doesn't sound exactly the same as I do is a bad person. It's not strictly true. They can sound different as long as they sound different enough. I think that the thing that rankles about people from North Wales to people from South Wales is that they're almost correct, right? Like, they're still Welsh, which, you know, counts for something, but, like, it's the subtle differences. Can I get some more health from somewhere? I'm not sure. I guess I can... Let me kill this sculpture and see if he gives me hearts. Yeah, just different enough to be wrong. Maybe Nemo also watched. I watched. There's a YouTube channel called Cambrian Chronicles, which does really good videos about Welsh history, like medieval Welsh history and stuff. And one of the recent videos was about the words that Welsh borrowed from Latin versus the words that Welsh borrowed from English. And Welsh has a surprisingly large number of Latin words compared to the number of English words it has. And yeah, it was a really, really interesting video. Shit, I suck so bad at this trick today. I think it's because I'm not used to being able to talk to people while I'm playing so much, so I'm getting distracted by all the wonderful conversation. There we go. Okay. Now I just need to not die. Okay, well, fantastic. The dead hand fight is going to be accompanied by the sound of a barking dog. But hopefully we get some good items here, and then we're done with bottom of the well. I'm not even going to bother with ISG. I've got 20 sticks. I can afford to waste some. I guess I should open this chest while I'm waiting for Dead Hand to do his stuff as well, because maybe this is a heart container. Hey! Not enough to actually give me an extra heart, but it's enough to refill my health. Okay, so that's bottom well cleared. I don't think we got anything particularly spectacular down here. Oh, and actually that's not true. We got Bagoran Sword and Kikiri Sword, both of which are quite good. That's 27 skull tokens. We're almost at 30. 30 is Soraya's song. So, okay, we've got full health, so we should be able to get out of here without dying. But I am going to want a hook shot. Whoops. Now we can equip our sword as well. Okay, so next is Goron City. I can do the spinning pot. It's a shame I don't have Soraya's song, because I could play that for Darunia if I did, but oh well. Oh, I have Serenade. When did I get Serenade? I was talking earlier about how I wanted Serenade because it makes things a bit easier when I go back to adult. I guess the game heard me. So, yeah, okay, we can light the torches, we can throw a bomb in the pot, and then I think we save warp and do the soil patches in Lost Woods and Kikiri Forest. My grandmother is quite prejudiced in regard to queer people, and every time she pulls one of those out of a family function, I think you could do it. Saying you're gay would turn this woman to ash. It is very tempting to be able to, like, just drop something like that into the conversation and watch someone have to try and process it in real time. I overthrew that, I think. No, I got it. Money, I do not care. Okay, was there anything else here? No. Oh, I haven't gone to Graveyard. I'll do that first. Because I do actually want to try and have Dampe dig someone up for me. And there was a sculptural token there as well, which I should get. And I have no quick way of getting to Graveyard. I don't have a warp song for it. So I'll put off doing Lost Woods and Kikiri Forest for now. I actually, so what you were just saying, Nemo, I had kind of the opposite happen to me once. This is going back a good long while ago. I was at a friend's party when I must have been like 18, because we were drinking, but I was still in school, I think. And we were just chatting, and like I think it was like my friend's mum's boyfriend was there as well, and he was having a bit of a chat with us. We were just sitting outside having a barbecue and like a casual time. It was a very small party. And I was talking about the current head boy of the school we were in, whose name was Amir Alajuz, who, despite his name, like, you know, born in Wales, sounded Welsh, didn't look really particularly Middle Eastern, was like theoretically Muslim, but not in any way observant. And he was head boy of the secondary school I was in, but coincidentally, he had briefly attended the same tiny primary school that I went to. And so I had some very, very faint memories of what he was like when he was like 6 years old. And one of the things I remembered was that he was a massive fibber, that he would make up ridiculous stories that couldn't possibly be true, which is, you know, not uncommon for children to do. And so I was relating one of these funny stories about, this like ridiculously silly lie that this guy had told when he was 6 years old. And this dude at the party, his response was, "Oh, well, yeah, you know, they're like that." And I got stun locked. I was like, wow, this person is casually venturing extremely racist opinions as if it's nothing, and expecting me to just be okay with it. And like I didn't want to have a fight or anything. And also, you know, I was like a teenager. I was going to be trying to start an argument with an adult at that time. But I could not believe it. It was one of the few times in my life, I guess I should say fortunately, that I've ever really been exposed to someone being a massive racist. And I didn't know what to say. Like, everyone else also was a bit like, But just the casual way that he just dropped that into the conversation of like, oh yeah, all Middle Eastern people lie all the time. Like, boggled my mind. Oh yeah, and soul patch. And I can do the cow in Impa's house as well. I almost always wear a scarf that's traditionally associated with Arab countries, and I can confirm I've caught strays just from that. Yeah, in America particularly, like, it's almost expected that anything even remotely Muslim or Arabic is going to just catch a lot of shit. Is the name for that kind of scarf a kefir, or am I thinking of something else? Is that a type of yogurt that I'm thinking of? Is there a type of yogurt that sounds like the word kefir? Kefir is there, okay. I don't know why I just assumed that you would know about yogurt, but I think I'm probably not incorrect in my assumption that you would know about yogurt. Oh, Zelda's Lullaby. I'm very glad I came here and checked that. Okay. That means I can do a bunch more stuff. That means I can... If I get lucky and I can find the boss key in Shadow Temple, I can now clear Shadow Temple. If only I had Iron Boots, I could clear Water Temple, probably. If I could find Fire Temple, I can clear Fire Temple. I have no forest keys, which is kind of weird. Actually, no, I want to do this as adult. It's a lot easier as adult. What do I have left to do as child? Are there any cows that I haven't got? Any soul patches I haven't got? There's the soul patch outside Colossus, but I can't get there yet. Yeah, I think it's time to go back to adult. I first learned about Kiefer in English class. It gets mentioned in a Russian short story about how much land a man needs. Before I go back to adult, there is a fairy fountain for me to get. And I don't have Sun Song and I don't have Lens. I can't do Treasure Chest game. I guess I could try and brute force the Treasure Chest game. I've got 500 rupees, so in theory I have enough rupees to just keep trying until I get it, but that doesn't sound like a good use of my time. It'd be funny if that guy just meant that 6-year-olds are known to be fibbers and didn't think about it hard enough before saying that. It would be nice if that was the case, but it definitely wasn't. Like, I wish that it had just been a misunderstanding, but no, he was just a racist. Like, my friend whose party it was afterwards was like, I can't believe he said that. Like, he says stuff like that all the time. So it was like, it was a known issue with this guy. And it's also like, it's interesting what stuff would be a deal breaker for different generations of people. Like, I can't imagine anyone I know being in a relationship with someone who ever said racist stuff. Whereas for my friend's mum, apparently it was just like a slightly embarrassing thing that he would occasionally do rather than it being a total deal breaker. Okay, Serenade. Because I mean, it's almost a cliche of like everyone has that one racist relative sort of thing, but there's a difference between a relative who like technically, I mean, you can't really do anything about your relatives, right? They are just by an accident of birth related to you, versus someone you're choosing to be in a relationship with. Okay, so Water Temple was at water, but I don't have iron boots, so I can't do much in Water Temple. Spirit Temple was at forest, but I don't have silver gauntlets, so I can't do much in Spirit Temple. I've already done bottom of the well. Ice Cavern was at... Okay, I can clear Ice Cavern, actually. The racism is bad, but the sex is so good. Maybe this is me just showing that I've never had really like properly fantastic sex, but I can't imagine sex ever being good enough for me to be able to put up with that. Okay, we can do fishing. We can do the top of the lab. I should check what the sculpture on top of the tree is, because the last stream, that was light arrows, that sculpture on top of the tree, so maybe it's something good again. This fish is so tsundere. Like it doesn't want to bite the lure, even though the lure is clearly very delicious. Come on. I once saw a green text about a guy in rural Wales who was explaining how his dad, a totally Welsh white man who had never been to Africa and was not prone to other conspiratorial thinking, had somehow become a Rwanda genocide denier. It's mind-boggling how people get into these these rabbit holes of crazy thinking. The internet has a lot to answer for, I think. It is done a lot of good for mankind and brought people together. I mean, I'm on the internet right now talking to you, but God, the spread of misinformation and the ability for people to just wall themselves off inside their own crazy little gardens, it's bizarre. It's done. I think it's done like meaningful harm to the human race in that respect. I didn't get to be the biggest fish in the pond by biting every law that swims past. That's true, but also, no one else ever goes to this fishing pond, and like, because right now the water level is too low for anyone to even get there. Even if the water level was high, you'd have to swim to get to the fishing pond. I can't imagine. Like, Link must be their only customer. He had aerial pictures of events from then, and would go like, look, this is clearly Burundi. That. One of the things I really struggle with certain types of conspiracy theories, at least, is why people want to believe them. Like, what stake does this person have that makes them care at all about whether it's real or fake? And, like, what does it mean to them if it was fake? Because, like, some things I can understand, like, you know, people thinking that the American government was responsible for 9/11, there is a reason, especially for Americans, to want to think that the government perpetrated some atrocity. But like, or like the moon landings being fake, because then, you know, that's, you know, NASA is a government agency, and so whatever. But like, believe as a Welsh person believing that the Rwandan genocide was faked, like, why do you care? How does it matter to you in any way if it was? Like, I will put my hand up, and I would admit that when I was a teenager, I went through a brief period of thinking that it was possible that elements of the moon landing had been doctored or faked, because for some unknown reason, a science teacher at my school showed us all a quote-unquote documentary about various things about the moon landings that were a bit weird and maybe could have been faked and blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know why he chose to show us this, especially not without anything, like, to refute it. Like, it could just be that he thought the moon landings were fake. I don't know. In retrospect, it was a really weird thing for him to show us. But there were a couple of points in that, the thing that he showed us, where I was like, I can't explain how this thing in the video that we're watching is true, and also we landed on the moon. It could be because it wasn't true, because, you know, people in these documentaries do lie. But subsequently, I learned that one of the things that people did when we went to the moon was put reflectors on the moon. And you can shine a laser at the moon at these spots where we know that these reflectors are supposed to be, and you can get light reflected back. So it's like, if we haven't been to the moon, how the fuck do you explain the fact that we put stuff on the moon? Which kind of like, that was it done and dusted for me. And then also on the whole thing of like, well, why would we fake it? And it doesn't make any sense. But like, there's physical proof that we did go to the moon. So that's enough. One knowledge time bomb I came across was as a kid reading old mercenary magazines and seeing all this stuff about a place called Rhodesia. Oh dear. Then many years later, Googling that country and learning what happened. Yeah. My aunt, her ex-husband, was he was formerly a paratrooper, and so he'd been deployed in various places. He'd spent some time in Northern Ireland as well. I never asked him about any of his time there. I'm glad I didn't. He ended up being a bit of an arsehole and cheating on my aunt. So, but he had, I think he was originally maybe from South Africa or had some South African heritage, and so he had a Rhodesian Ridgeback dog, which, you know, okay, the breed of the dog name, that's just what the dog name is called. They're not going to call it a Zimbabwean Ridgeback. That doesn't make sense now. But he named his dog Botha after famous South African politician whose name was Botha, and I'm pretty sure, by all accounts, was a bad person. And it's just weird to think, like, this person I knew as a kid was probably a massive racist. I remember having to correct my 8th grade science teacher about something moon-related, and she kept telling the class we were wrong until we found it in a textbook. I once got in trouble because I was on like it wasn't a school field trip, it was like a, not daycare exactly, it was like, I guess it was kind of, it was like daycare at the hospital my dad worked at. So you could, you know, you'd drop your kids off there while you were at work when it was the summer holidays or whatever. And so we went to a local wetlands place as a field trip. And it was a peat bog. And so they had, what am I doing here? I don't have, yeah, there's nothing I can do here. They had a bit about bog mummies because, you know, you throw a corpse into a peat bog and over the years it gets mummified and whatever. And so I was there as like a 14-year-old kid. I was like one of the older people there, I think. Not quite old enough to be left at home on my own. Well, actually, no, because I must have been younger than 14, because at 14 you can stay at home on your own. So maybe I was 11. I don't know. I was relatively young, but not that young. I wasn't like an infant. Anyway, there was a little sign there talking about mummies, bog mummies. And one of the other kids there was asking me, oh, what's all this about then? And I was explaining, oh, well, you know, you put a body in the bog, and then over time, eventually it becomes mummified. And one of the adult supervisors at this thing overheard what I was saying. I was like, what did you just say, mummified? That's not a real word. And me as a child being like, it is a real word. Mummified is definitely a real word. And then, like, them telling me off for, like, lying and making stuff up because they didn't know the word mummified. It was one of the earliest times where I realized that sometimes adults are fucking stupid and don't know what they're doing. I had a history teacher with a topologically smooth head who claimed that the Navajo code talkers were employed by the Japanese and that U-boats were a type of landing craft. It staggers me how wrong some people can be. Like, how confidently, consistently wrong they can be about things which are very, very easy to just look up and check. Especially these days when the internet exists. He taught World War II history. Oh my god. My dad has a great story about a science class he once had where the science teacher was out, and so the PE teacher was filling in for the science teacher. And the PE teacher was the most stereotypical of PE teachers in that he was a big fat idiot, basically. And it was chemistry class they were doing, and the PE teacher, I don't know why he thought this was a good idea or what exactly led to this happening, but he mixed white phosphorus and potassium, which I'm pretty sure is how you make Greek fire, or one of those types of things, right? and obviously it caught fire because phosphorus burns in air, and his response was to pour water on it. Which of course made it worse because potassium burns in water, and so I think he got it on his tie or something. So he was on fire. I don't know what the students learned other than don't do this, but it's certainly stuck in my dad's memory. So I don't need to do this trick because I have a Epona song, so I can just ride a Epona across. But I like this trick. It's one of the first ones I learned, and it's really neat. So I should be able to target this and just get across. Yeah. Nice. Like the elements, there's 5 of them now. Who can tell me how to disel quintessence? I kind of want to stick... I need it to be nighttime if I'm going to be here, because I need to go into Gerudo Fortress, and I don't have Gerudo cards. So yeah, we're going to stick around here until it's nighttime. Okay, we are 1 away. Oh, and I can actually trade in Poacher Saw normally, which I almost never do. I almost always turn it in as child. Another GCG key, okay. We don't have storms. Okay, I have to wait for it to be nighttime. I had a fantastic chemistry teacher in secondary school, in the sense that he got me very, very interested in chemistry, and he was also just a generally interesting, cool person. I thought he wasn't great as a chemistry teacher in that he didn't get people to have really good grades in chemistry. He was a big fan of setting things on fire and blowing things up, and he was good at it as well. He was missing his little finger and half his ring finger on one hand. The story was from making a bomb when he was a kid or something. It might not have actually been that. He's also the world's expert on Mount Kenya. Almost any map of Mount Kenya will have his name on it, because he lived in Kenya for a while and taught there as well, I think. His name was Andrew Wilahovsky, and he was one of the most remarkable people I've ever met. I think he's just a really, really interesting guy, and he liked me, which is always helpful when you're a student and the teacher takes a shine to you, because 1, you can get away with stuff that you wouldn't otherwise be able to get away with, and 2, you get to learn more interesting stuff because they'll make an extra effort if you're showing interest. One of the more memorable things he did, he was doing a demonstration of some, I forget exactly what it was, some powders basically, mix them all together, and then you use water to catalyze the reaction, basically. They won't react by themselves, but if there's water there, then they can start reacting. And what you're supposed to do is you make a little cone, heap of these powders mixed together. You put a few drops of water on the very top, and it starts to it makes it a nice plume of purple smoke or something. And so he was there with his pipette, adding drop by drop, trying to get this reaction started. And it was a bit slow to get going, and so he added maybe a few more drops than he should have, and then suddenly it started going quite vigorously, and then a flame appeared, and it absolutely was not supposed to catch fire, it was just supposed to smoke. And his immediate reaction was, oh no, it's on fire. So he just tipped it into the sink and turned the taps on to put the fire out. And immediately after he did it, he realized, oh, I've just added a bunch of water to this thing, which is catalyzed by water. And just said, okay, everyone out. And we all had to abandon the classroom as it completely filled with toxic fumes. And he was in there opening the windows and trying to fan stuff away and stuff. So it was never a dull moment with him in class. He once did an experiment of, none of these were experiments, they were all demonstrations, of making I think the word is stoichiometric, mixture of some gas, I want to say propane, maybe possibly hydrogen, and oxygen, in a 2-liter Coke bottle. So a perfect mixture of, if it was hydrogen, it would have been 2 parts hydrogen to 1 part oxygen, and then setting light to it in this container outside on the rugby pitch on campus to be away from buildings and stuff. Oh, I forgot to jump slash, I'm an idiot. The resulting bang was so loud that someone in town called the police because they thought a bomb had gone off. I really liked my high school chemistry teacher. He let us hang out in the lab during lunch. I remember one time when we were messing with a Bunsen burner, and he walked in, looked at what we were doing, shook his head, and left the room. My chemistry teacher would turn a blind eye to us on very cold days, because I went to a boarding school and it was shit and full of deprivation in the finest tradition of British boarding schools. And so the heating was terrible, and on cold days you'd walk into the classroom and there'd be like ice on the inside of the windows and stuff. And so what we would do when the teachers weren't around is turn the gas taps on without a Bunsen burner attached to them and just light the gas taps. So you would have like a 3-foot sheet of flame shooting out into the room, which did warm the room up a treat. And he would just ignore us when we did that, because he was like, I trust you not to set yourselves on fire, and this does in fact warm the room up. So, go nuts. He was definitely like, I don't know. Honestly, probably should have been sacked for some of the stuff he did, because he was putting the lives of children in danger. But it was more like, if he trusted you to be sensible and to like know what you were doing and stuff, then you would get away with things. He wasn't reckless, I think would be the way to put it. My chem teacher was one of those guys who is a justified asshole on account of his hard work to get his degree. During one experiment, about halfway through, he goes, "Has anyone's solution turned yellow?" Everyone but me raises their hand. Okay, everyone but Nemo is an idiot and needs to pay more attention when cleaning glassware because you're currently making lead vapor. Start over. We had a new chemistry teacher show up at school after a while, and she had like worked for some government agency in the UK. I forget who it was. I don't think it was the Ministry of Defence. Maybe it was the Ministry of Agriculture or something. But she'd like been a proper serious career chemist, and especially she in the past she dealt with like chemical spills and things like that. She was very big on safety. And she arrived and took one look at our chemical stores and said, "Okay, we need to immediately begin the process of getting rid of all these chemicals. However, some of them are so degraded that it's not safe to just toss them out. We need to like go through a process of carefully tipping all this stuff into a big barrel in a specific order so that everything gets neutralized and is not dangerous." I think it took like 2 months for them to clean up the chemistry stores, because there was stuff that you shouldn't ever have. Like, we had a bunch of mercury in there, which you're not supposed to have. We had white phosphorus there, which like you can store it safely underwater, but like you probably don't need white phosphorus in your high school chemistry lab, right? Various other stuff that was like in corroded beakers and things like that. So yeah, she was justifiably horrified, I think, by what she saw. She's the only reason that I didn't fail chemistry. She was a really good teacher. I say fail, I don't mean fail. I mean like get a bad grade in. I know I was a massive nerd. I never failed anything. Okay, that's Gerudo Fortress dealt with. So next we want to go into Gerudo Training Grounds. We'll see what dungeon is in there. More health, good. We want to go out this way. It's nice that I have long shot now, actually. That's a rare treat. So yeah, okay, we're going. Actually, yeah, I should go up. I should go up to the top and check what the sculpture is. Some people broke into my school's chemistry lab after school hours and stole some chemicals. They made a bomb at home, and one of them ended up blowing their hand off. They sued the school and won. Jesus. Every single part of that story is awful. There's definitely, so in the UK at least, maybe not so much anymore, but when I was growing up, there was definitely this idea that Americans as a whole were extremely litigious over frivolous things. One of the things that always got brought up, which I now know was like a big PR thing, was the woman who sued McDonald's because her coffee was too hot, which is the story that McDonald's wanted everyone to hear, rather than the woman who sued McDonald's because she was served irresponsibly hot coffee and was severely injured by it. But like this idea of like everyone in America sues everyone all the time, like, yeah, the coffee was like too hot. Hotter than any coffee ever needed to be. But yeah, there's this idea in the UK of Americans being unnecessarily litigious, and the idea of like I broke into a place and stole some stuff, and then I was injured, and that's your fault. Like that kind of sums up that idea, I think. There was a story in the UK actually, I think, of someone who attempted to sue. I don't know if he was successful, but attempted to sue a school because he was like trying to break into the school and was like climbing up on the roof of the school and fell through a skylight or something and hurt himself, and sued the school because like, oh, like I shouldn't have been able to injure myself on the skylight when breaking into the school. I don't remember what the outcome of that case was. So I know I know Decatree is junk, so I'm just gonna, oops, go straight to the boss and beat the boss. I don't have any means to make fire, so I've got to do this. If I can do it. Why do I suck? Nope. Why is this so difficult? I mean, to be fair, this is a bit of a difficult trick, but I don't normally have this much trouble with it. I suppose there is a case to be made about the duty of care of the school to keep potentially dangerous chemicals under better protection. True, but like, I don't know. There's reasonable expectations, right? Like, to what degree is the school responsible for the criminal activity of someone else? I don't know. It's like, there's a story my mum told me before. I think this wasn't even this was possibly an attempt to discipline me, because I was notorious as a child for doing very stupid things without really thinking about it. But like, I forgot what I was going to say. Never mind. Couldn't have been that important. How many locked doors and gates is enough that they climbed the outside gate and broke through 3 doors to get to the chemical storeroom? Some people, I don't know. Some people, losing a hand hopefully was a useful life lesson to that person. Okay, so that's 4 dungeon rewards, so I can get into Ganon's castle now. I also have Requiem, so I can go to check out what is in Colossus. Oh yeah, and I should write down that Deku is a GCG. Okay, so let's go to Colossus, I think. Because it could be fire, in which case I can beat it. It could be forest, in which case I can't beat it, but at least I know it's there. Or it could be GCG, in which case I can check a bunch of stuff. Yeah. It's fire. Okay, I'm just going to go out real quick to get this check, otherwise I'll forget. More health. Okie dokie. Oops. I need to remember to just kill this Keist, because otherwise it screws me up trying to do this trick. pretty sure I can full clear Fire Temple. Because I have Scarecrow's Song. My roommate still brings up that McDonald's coffee lawsuit, and I can't get him to understand that maybe it shouldn't be served hot enough to melt your skin together. Yeah. Wait, I need... Damn it. So this enemy is bugged, so that for some reason, Bigoron's Sword does half damage and Master Sword does extra damage. I think that the damage values for Master Sword and Bigoron's Sword are swapped for it. So you want to use Master Sword to fight it rather than Bigoron's Sword. Why is the damage tied to the enemy, not the weapon? So I think every enemy has its own like damage table, because some enemies are like weak to certain types of damage. Like for example, if you get the glitched damage value from Quick Put Away, you can kill an Iron Knuckle in 3 attacks because they're like extra susceptible to that. I didn't get any good items from any of that, did I? Actually, let me bring up the check tracker. I wasn't paying enough attention. No, okay, so I'm gonna reset, and that'll save me a key, and that'll make things a bit quicker. Because some enemies are immune to certain types of damage, right? Like, I can't think of any good examples right now, but yes, some enemies are immune to certain types of damage. So yeah, the damage that enemies take is related to the enemy rather than the weapon. So technically, all I need to do here is find the... Wait, am I an idiot? Why do I have fewer keys than I thought? Did I save after unlocking the door down there? I thought I had 5 keys. Oh well, never mind. It's bizarre they would add that for the swords, though. It is strange. To be fair, there's quite a lot of strange stuff about the way that Ocarina of Time was made. There's an awful lot of weird stuff. Oops. I should pick that up, because I do want another spirit key. So because I apparently accidentally wasted a key because I saved when I shouldn't have saved, the next bit is going to be a little bit slower than it should be. I said the next bit. The rest of this dungeon is going to be a little bit slower. If I had a spare key, then I could not have to backtrack quite so much as I'm going to have to. Yeah. I guess instead of having swords do X amount of damage, there must be a big sword damage type instead of just doing more sword damage. Yeah, I think so. Because I know for Ganon specifically, every weapon apart from Master Sword does 1 damage to Ganon. Whereas Master Sword does double or quadruple damage, maybe, I don't know. Master Sword does a lot of damage to Ganon. Which is why when you do the fight normally, and he knocks the Master Sword out of your hand, the first phase of the fight is supposed to be slow and tedious and difficult, because every attack you do does only 1 damage. Which is why, yeah, Deku Sticks do more, because Deku Stick damage is, I think, basically coded as Master Sword damage. But obviously, if you're playing it vanilla, you don't have access to Deku Sticks when you're Adult Link, so that's not something they ever really considered. And I want to keep Master Sword for this room because it lets me do a trick over in this corner. There's a quicker setup for this, I think, but I don't know what it is. Also, this one works just fine for me. This was, I think, maybe one of the first tricks I learned as well. It saves you a key, and also means you can do Fire Temple without having Strength upgrade, which I currently do not have. How are we doing for time? It's almost 4 hours into the stream. I might need to take a bit of a break in a little bit. My throat's getting a bit scratchy. I should probably have some water. And I need to double check once again that the dog does not need to go out, because you can't trust him. He'll pretend everything is fine because he doesn't like going outside, and then all of a sudden it'll be a poop emergency. Deku Stick is the equivalent of Miyamoto Musashi carving a sword out of a boat oar to gain length advantage. One thing that's kind of fun, if you equip Deku Sticks as an adult, there is no model for adult holding a Deku Stick. Or like it's not handled properly. So either you don't hold a Deku Stick, you just have like, okay, cool, that's the boss key. Either you have empty hands, or you are holding a Deku Stick, but when you break the Deku Stick, instead of the normal Deku Stick breaking animation, the animation for Giant's Knife breaking plays. So there's this like metallic clang, and a big bit of metal flies off your wooden stick, which is kind of amusing. I can't show it off right now because I don't have anything to equip swap sticks over as adult. So there's a swag strat you can do here where you pull out the bow as you're falling. You can shoot an arrow as you're falling. If you have the angle right and the timing right, you can hit that switch before you actually even hit the ground, which is kind of neat. Maybe Flare Dancers shared some weird Kobugan. I don't think so, because other stuff will do damage to Flare Dancer. Like Begoran Sword does do damage to Flare Dancer, but just does less damage than it should. Whereas Ganon, everything does 1 damage to Ganon. I want to try and grab this health. I guess I can't aim my jumps. Oh well. Never mind. I needed to come over here anyway. So because I accidentally wasted that key earlier, I have to climb back up here again now, which is unfortunate. If I had a spare key, I could have just exited that room I jumped down from. So will these drop hearts? No. Oh, I just realized I'm gonna have to do more backtracking, because I have to climb up, and then I have to get the rest of the checks in this room up here, and then I have to climb back down and then climb up here again. I'm definitely not doing this optimally, but I'm gonna check everything in here. I know I've got the boss key, so I can go and beat the boss now, but I wanna make sure I don't leave anything behind in here. Because it could be that light hour is in here or something. So they're metal and resistant to slashing, but creatures of extreme evil and therefore weak to the Master Sword specifically, of course. That's definitely what it is. Okay, so now we have to jump down. Get this Goron. There's the sculpture behind the wall, and then there's the other Goron through the last door, and then we have to come out, go jump down, climb back up again. And then we will be close to finishing Fire Temple. Wow, how did that rock not hit me? This is why I really wish I had Stone of Agony, actually, because then I wouldn't have to check all of these chests. I would know if they were good chests or bad chests. I know where stone is, don't I? It's Potion Shop. Maybe I should go and buy it. Where are we now? I'm at Spirit Temple right now. So I should probably go back across the Wasteland. Did I get a hint that Wasteland was junk? No. Ooh. Oh, that was close. So we've got, let's see, one chest there, then there's the Goron. I think there's three checks left in here, and then the boss. So we're almost done with this. Then I should check the rest of the stuff around Colossus. It's a shame I don't have beans. It'd be nice to be able to plant a bean as a child. One thing that always stands out to me, like if I watch someone playing Ocarina of Time like vanilla, or someone playing it for the first time or whatever, I'm so used to playing it with the intention of just going as quickly as I can. But watching people playing it vanilla, they try and kill every enemy. Like a lot of the time, like it's like you see something and you have to fight it. And it's interesting to me. Like I'm sure I used to play it like that as well. But the change in kind of like mindset and approach when you're just trying to go as quick as possible, when you realize you can just ignore a lot of the stuff in the dungeons. There we go. Okay, as long as I get through the first flame wall, that's all that matters. That saves me a key. Another one that I still do this myself sometimes. This tendency to pick up dropped items even if you don't need to. Like here I'm getting bombs because I needed bombs, but now I'm full on bombs, right? So technically I don't need to smash that pot. In fact, I'm not going to smash that pot. I'm going to use a bomb and then I'm going to smash the pot for maximum bomb havingness. But like it just like you could be full on rupees and still picking up rupees, or full on bombs and still pick up bombs and stuff like that. And it's like this weird kind of compulsion people have in video games. Like when you watch people play Super Mario Brothers and they're like trying to pick up every coin, when like all coins do is give you extra lives, and well, you shouldn't be planning on dying that much anyway. So like unless you desperately need extra lives, why are you picking up all the coins? It just slows you down, right? I think I'm a bit too speedrunner pilled. In a way, it's a shame that I guess it's fairly fair to call it my favorite game, Ocarina of Time, since I play so much of it. It's a shame that this is my favorite game, and that I like speedrunning, because I have no interest in trying to speedrun any category in Ocarina of Time, because they're all really optimized and hard. Like, getting a good time in basically any Ocarina of Time category would be a massive slog, and I'm not good at the game, really. Like, I can do a bunch of tricks, but I can't do them consistently or quickly. Like, I love Randomizer because it's like, it allows me to do speedrunner type stuff and try and go quickly, and, you know, I've got a timer on the screen so I can see how I'm doing. But the idea of, like, actually trying to properly speedrun it just makes me feel tired. Because it would be very difficult, I think. Like, I went through a brief period of trying to get a fast time in getting over it. Like, I have the golden pot in getting over it. I've beaten it 50 times. Well, I've beaten it more than 50 times because I tried to speedrun it. And it's just like I'm just not really very good at that sort of stuff, unfortunately. Oh crap. Can I make it across here without hover boots? Yes, just about. Okay, good. This is the last check in here before the boss. Beans, okay. Oh, actually, I have something of time, so it wouldn't matter if I'd fallen down anyway. And I want to climb up because I don't have hover boots, which means I need to knock down the pillar to make it easier for me to get to the boss, because otherwise I have to mega flip, and I suck at mega flips lately. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna beat this boss, and then I'm gonna take a quick break because I need to get some water. I need to check on the dog again. And somehow you don't take damage from that fall, which is crazy because it's one of the longest falls in the game. We will want choose, and let's put hammer here. Okay. Oh, what do I went through the wrong door. See, my the hint should have been it was the door with the massive boss key lock on it. Clearly, I haven't actually eaten that much today. I think I'm a little bit low blood sugar and brain not working. So maybe in addition to getting some water and taking the dog out and stuff, I will try and eat something. I'm not doing a very good job at hitting him. That might be enough. I want to try and get that. Oh, I need bigger on sword. Yeah, okay. Made a bit of a hash of it, but I still got the one cycle. You'd be like really enjoying Mario 64 and wanting to try speedrunning it. Good luck ever getting around. Yeah, but like Mario 64 is like it, and with Mario 64, and I guess Super Mario Bros. 1 as well. It's not just that the record is very optimized. It's that like there is one person right now who is so much better than everyone else that even the second best speedrunner of the game in the world doesn't stand a chance. Which is, yeah, obviously. That's not to say that people shouldn't try and beat records, right? Someone eventually will beat any record. But the idea of trying to take on Green Suigi or Niftsky in their games of choice, like it's just not happening, right? Oh wait, no, I was gonna go and take the dog out and get some water and take a break. Okay, I'm gonna take a break because I'm hungry and thirsty and the dog needs attention. So we're gonna go back to the Be Right Back screen. I will play another ad because why not? I have the ability to. I appreciate it if you stick around. If you get bored and leave, that's also fine. I have done that myself many times on streams. I would be a hypocrite if I criticize for it. But for now, yep, we'll go to the Be Right Back screen. And I guess technically the dog didn't eat earlier, so yeah, this isn't a lie. I'm going to try and feed the dog again. So I'll see you all in a little bit, and let me play an ad and mute my microphone. Okay, back in a little bit. Okay, I am back, and once again the dog did not want to eat. I hope he's just sulking because my housemate, his owner, isn't here, and not that he's like feeling ill or something. But well, I did my best. If he doesn't want to eat, he doesn't want to eat. Okay, we were doing stuff. Let's get back to it. Anyone get any good ads, or was it just Fortnite again? Okay, don't care. What's up top of the arch? Top of the arch is rupees. Oh, am I gonna... I am gonna run out of time. Maybe I can snipe this one before it turns to day. Ooh, I definitely want that. And also I want... That goes there, that goes there. Okay. Mine was a car ad, but I didn't tend to pay attention to the brand. Good. I expect anyone who watches ads on my channel to not give the ads any attention at all. Nothing. Okay. Well, we can do Wasteland. I feel like I should. I wish I had Sun Song so I could check that sculpture. I guess we can come back for that later if we really need to. It's unlikely it's going to be some world-changing item at this point. I would like another forest key. I'd like to find hover boots. Iron boots would also be very nice. I finally went for Turbo late last year. What are the benefits that Turbo gives you other than not having ads? I never really looked into it. I guess I should do Ice Cavern at some point as well, because I have magic and ice arrows and everything now. I can full clear it. No ads plus the prime benefits. Oh, I see. So it's like prime plus. $60-day VODs, customizable username, color, etc. Neat. Another GCG key. Well, one day we're going to find GCG and we'll be able to clear the whole place. I've got 8 keys now, which is more than I need, actually. With 3 skull tokens off getting our spirit key. I think... Did I never got the chest in Gruder Fortress, did I? Okay, well we can get that now really easily that I've got long shot. I guess I still have to not fail this, and then also not fail getting across the sand. Okay, what are you selling? Stick capacity for 200 rupees, not worth it. I also have Prime, so I'm literally just paying for no ads. That's fair enough. Ads are deeply irritating. It's... Anyone familiar with the Discworld books? I can't help but feel that the way that we deal with ads these days is quite similar to the way the Foul Ron and his group deal with stuff, where it's like they follow people until the people give them money to go away. Like, the benefit of a site having ads is so that you can charge people to not have ads. Like, because ads are just garbage and everyone hates them. So I think, yeah, okay, I can use hookshot extension here, I think, to reach this. Or I should be able to. Maybe I'm in the wrong place. Do I need to do it from... Maybe I need to do it from up here. Nope. So there's a... I haven't done this for ages, but there's a trick. Helps if you hookshot the right place. There's a trick where you can... kind of clip up to the... There we go. Yes, okay, it's here I think I want to be hookshotting from. Oh, it just reaches. Okay, maybe it's long. Maybe it's hookshot that you need hookshot extension for, because longshot apparently does just reach. Bombs. Okay. I've done everything I can do here. We've done that one. We've done that one. So water temple we could do. We don't know where. Wait, where was fire temple? Fire temple was at Spirit, right? I just didn't write it down. So we've done that. So we need forest temple and GTG, and we haven't checked ice cavern and shadow. Okay. So let's do... So Ice Cavern is at the bottom of the well, so we could go clear Ice Cavern. We could go into Ice Cavern. But if Ice Cavern is Forest Temple, then that's kind of out of the way, and we can't beat it. So... So where are we going? Let's go do Ice Cavern. Actually, no. Ganon's Castle. We can get into Ganon's Castle. There's a ton of checks in there. We can get all but one of them. All but two of them, because we don't have a key. And then, yeah, after this, back to Kakariko Village, we'll buy Stone of Agony so we can finally stop having to check junk chests. Probably would have been better to do that before I came here, but oh well. I can get into Zora's Domain now as well. I can get the 3 checks there and go to Ice Cavern and check what's in Ice Cavern. There's not a lot I can't do right now, I guess. It's just a matter of in which order do I do stuff. Frog? If I could get 2 more skull tokens in here, I would be happy, because that means I'm done with skull tokens. I still haven't found any strength upgrades, which is a little bit concerning, because I'd quite like to have silver gauntlets. Another spirit key. Okay, well we've got more spirit keys than we need now. Once we've got the one from the skull tokens. More health. Okay. I think it's fair to say we have plenty of health now. I don't really need any more. So actually, thinking about it, we can get. Can we? Oh, maybe we can't. I'm trying to think. Can we get the second check in the Shadow Trial? Because I have long shot, but I don't have any means of lighting the torch at a distance. I can only light it with QPA close up. Maybe that's possible. Let's see. Weird egg, okay. Nice, that's a reason to go back to Child. Do I have any other reasons to go back to Child, though? I guess going to... the soil patch outside Colossus is the only other thing, I think. Oh, and I guess I will have Soraya's song. So I can play another two songs for the frogs, actually, and I can play Soraya's song for Skull Kid. And for Darunia. So yeah, okay, there's a few things I can do as Child. I don't need to go there right now. It would be nice to have Bunny Hood, but I can't equip it as an adult anyway. Okay. If I find Din's Furrow's Wind or Naru's Love, I will go back to Child. But until I find them, I will not. Lots of money. Where's that last skull token? Even more health, cool. There we are, okay. It's 40 skulls. We are now done with skull tokens. Oh wait, no, do I even need to light the torch? Maybe I don't even need to light the torch. Oh wait, no, because I can't get across here. Crap. Yeah. I can't get this. Because I need some way of lighting the torch. I guess I could get QPA. Maybe, no, okay. We'll come back here when we have fire arrows or hover boots. And then it's just the boss key. So let's check that chest, and then we're off to CAC. Nice, first try. I'm kind of curious, like, so I know a bunch of tricks of varying difficulty, and I have varying amounts of difficulty in doing them. I'm kind of curious, are there tricks that are difficult which I find easy, and easy tricks that I find difficult? Because there's like, there's no like objective scale of difficulty, I guess, but you can consider a trick based on like how many inputs it requires, how precise are those inputs, and that sort of stuff. Because there's some things which I'm like vine clipping. I've seen a lot of people will pause buffer vine clips, and it makes sense if, you know, you're trying to conserve bomb chews or something. But like in terms of just the difficulty of the trick, it's not that hard, I don't think. Whereas like equip swap, I often have a lot of trouble with, and that is in theory a pretty easy trick. I don't know. Okay, so we are done here. So actually, it's probably quicker to just do this. And now we're off to CAC. I can start changing some stuff in my notes because I've got a bunch of stuff written down that is no longer necessary to remember. Oh, I have a spare bottle. I could. Oh, and I have a potency. Yeah, okay. Let's do Big Pearl while we're here. Interesting hoofbeat sound. Almost missed that. Okay. I feel like it's, I don't know, it's strange. This hasn't felt like a particularly difficult seed. Like there was a period early where I was kind of running out of stuff to do, but then I found Hookshot and Hammer and Ocarina and a bunch of stuff. But it's still kind of been slow going. Like this is going to end up being a longer seed. Like it's going to be like 5.5 hours probably. A stick. Wow. What trade items do I have? I have Kajira prescription. Okay. Well, I think we're going to Ice Cavern next, so we'll have prescription out as a reminder for that. Oh, I have Boomerang as well, and I know that Deku is Jabu, so we should go and beat Jabu, because that'll give us... Wait, are we in Go mode? I think we're in Go mode. I'll get this stuff anyway, but yeah, because I can beat Jabu right now, and then... I say Go mode, we're in Light Arrow mode, because I can beat Jabu, that puts us at 6 dungeons, and I can beat Shadow unless I get very unlucky and don't find the boss key. So I think this is Go mode. But we don't know. Well, we do know where Shadow is. Shadow is Deku. Okay. All right. Well, let's go beat Jabu, which is DC. I'd like to go buy stone from the potion shop, but it's nighttime, so I can't get in. Okay, so where would the worst place for light arrows to be? Spirit Temple would be pretty bad. If it's Adult Side of Spirit, I need 2 strength upgrades to be able to get it. Do I full clear Jabu, or do I just beat the boss? I think I just beat the boss, because I can do that pretty quickly. Yeah, okay. I've been pretty bad at this recently, but yeah, I think I keep back flipping too early, and then the not being able to start the harbor. It could be that the berries at a weird angle as well, maybe. I don't know, maybe it needs to be coming more from the front. Let's try this. There we go. Okay, maybe that's it. Maybe the berry just needs to be more in front of me than to the side. Now you said that, I hope some random Jabu gold sculpture has the lighters. It could well be, but I think it makes more sense to rush beating the 2 dungeons that I know that I can beat, although I maybe technically maybe I can't actually beat Shadow, and then get the hint for where light arrows are, and then go to the place where they are, than to try and check absolutely everything on the off chance that I happen to find light arrows. I should wait until I have information and then start checking places for light arrows. Because if it turns out that light arrows are in Jabu, it's easy enough to come back in here, right? I guess if they're in Water Temple, we'd be pretty bad as well, because I don't have iron boots or any idea where iron boots are. Go on. There we go. I was kind of hoping that that would be light arrows. That would be satisfying. Okay, we want... Oh, crap. I can't beat Baronade because I can't equip swap Boomerang. Okay, well, scratch that plan. Where was Shadow? Shadow was Deku. No. Okay. I have to come back here as Child and beat Baronade. But that's fine because I've already put the platform down. So that's at least easy. What was Forest Temple? Forest Temple was Spirit. Can't do anything in Spirit as adult. Is there anything else I can do in Lost Woods as adult? No, I've done everything. So yeah, we go into Deku and we... wait, but I don't... Oh no, okay, I was going to say I don't have hover boots. That's okay, I have long shot, which makes at least the first mega flip that I don't have to do it. I'm really, really bad at the very first gap in Shadow Temple. I had terrible trouble trying to do it yesterday when I was playing off stream. I know that Din's is in Gerudo Training Grounds. I don't know where Gerudo Training Grounds is. Other than it's one of Ice Cavern or Shadow Temple entrance. If I could find Din's, then I can equip swap, but right now I don't really need to do that. Okay, so all we're really looking for here is the boss key. As soon as I find the boss key, we can breathe easily, because that means we can beat the dungeon. If we're unlucky, it's going to cost 2 keys to find the boss key, and then we're going to be short a key to actually get to the boss room. Whoops. That was sloppy. And yet again, I wish I had Stone of Agony, because it could speed things up. I wouldn't have to check every single chest. Okay, gold scale. That's an extra check in Lakeside Lab, and I guess it also lets me check the grotto with a Tektite in it. But I think maybe I already checked that and it was junk. Nice, got the quick kill. Okay, so we've got 5 spirit keys, which means if I really need to, I can go back there as Child and check more stuff as Child. Where am I going? In fact, I can even do... I can do quite a lot of the adult side of Spirit as Child. So all of a sudden, if light arrows are in Spirit Temple, that's less bad. Let me save and equip bombs. Oh yeah, we've got to do this. It's always a little bit nerve-wracking trying to do the side hop to escape getting voided out there. It always feels like I'm not going to make it. That was not right. It's also not right. That was even more not right. See what I mean about me absolutely sucking at mega flips? I genuinely don't know what's happened, that I've just suddenly lost the ability to do them. I think I've muscle memoried the wrong inputs somehow. Because this is definitely not correct. Just as a warning, if I fail this enough times and run out of bombs, I'm going to cheat and give myself more bombs, because there we go, okay? Because I don't want to have to go all the way out and all the way back in again just to get more bombs. Okay, didn't end up needing to happen, but there are some things that it's just like, you know, 4.5 hours into the seed, I don't need to be spending extra time just going and collecting resources because I failed a trick too many times. One of my least favorite rooms in the game, this. Because Gibdos really suck. Eye drops, okay, well. It's an item at least. I'm gonna go this way first. Because I can check a bunch of stuff in this direction. And there's a small chance I find an extra shadow key here, in which case I can check more stuff for free and don't have to worry about save scumming. And it's more likely that I'll find the boss key this direction than if I go ride the boat, I think. Also, if I ride the boat and don't find the boss key, then I gotta save warp and come all the way back and do that same mega flip again. I really wish I had hover boots. They make so much stuff so much easier. We want bow. There's the boss key. Okay, cool. So we can beat Shadow Temple. And I should, I think, just immediately go to the boss. Which means I should save warp, unfortunately. I have to do that mega flip again. So again, it could be that the very next check I did was light arrows, but since I know that I can beat enough dungeons to get the light arrow hint, then I should do that. And then I should go and get light arrows, rather than hoping I get lucky. And we're back to this again. I wish I knew what I was doing wrong. I think that's the thing that I find most frustrating about when I fail a trick repeatedly, is I don't have any feedback on, like, this is what I should be doing. I need someone who's, like, an expert to be like, oh yeah, you're just, you know, you're rolling too early, or you're pressing A too late, or whatever, right? Like, because it's, especially mega flips, where usually when you fail a mega flip, the consequence is you void out. It's super frustrating. That was completely wrong. I don't even know what happened there. I think I got... did I accidentally almost do a weird shot kind of thing there? I think I got some weird frames, as they're known. Dear me. So my earlier statement about if I run out of bombs, I'm going to cheat, I think, yeah, let's bear that in mind. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Am I rolling too early? Do I need to really, really wait on the roll? Maybe that's what it is. I think I do have a tendency to try and roll too early when I'm doing these tricks. Okay, maybe that was what it was. I'm gonna need this for the next bit. And I will check this sculpture since I'm going like literally right past it, and it doesn't really take much time to check. I probably I should also check the rest of the stuff that's like deep in Shadow Temple, because it'll really suck having to come back here later and ride the boat again and everything if it turns out that Lightarius is one of these checks. So I will get them. Oh, and also, oh god, I just realized I'm gonna have to do the room before the boss room with mega flips. And I suck at mega flips, and so it's gonna be miserable. And I only have 5 bombs left. Oh dear. Oh, also, if anyone was curious, I said I was going to try and get something to eat when I was feeding the dog. I did get something to eat. What I got to eat was some chocolate, which I'm sure is great for like a quick energy, but it's not going to see me through for several hours. So I have more reason to hope that this seed is not too much longer. Because yeah. I really want to be fair, it was chocolate with whole hazelnuts in there, and hazelnuts are a bit more nutritious than just chocolate by itself. But yeah, I really want to avoid the situation, which seems to happen quite often, where a seed takes just a little bit too long, and by the end of it, I'm really cranky, because I'm like tired and hungry and whatever. I forgot to get QPA. Okay, we'll come back to that room. I will get that for the health refill, just because I'm a little low on health. Can I get QP off this? It's going to be weird with the rotation happening. In fact, it might not be possible. Okay, we'll do it in another room. I can do it in the next room because there's a chest in there I can use. So it is the room that I want to use QPA for. It is possible to do it without QPA, but it's quicker with QPA. Okay, second forest key. That means if I can find hover boots, then I can beat Forest Temple. Nice, first try. Oh wait. Okay, so now I should be able to burn these wood walls. Interestingly, even if you have fire arrows, you can't burn these walls, you have to use Din's Fire. But lucky for me, QPA does Din's Fire damage. Amongst other things. I mean, it does a ton of damage types, that's why it's so useful. Okay, nothing of value. So now I've got to think, is there anywhere I can get more bombs? Because it is highly likely that 5 bombs is not enough for me to be able to get across the room before the boss room. If one of those checks had been a bigger bomb bag, I would be a happy man, but sadly not. Okay. Five bombs really is not a lot of bombs. Okay. So technically I only need 1 bomb for this. Okay, well that wasn't it. Another part that makes this is one of my least favorite things to do in the entire game is this room without hover boots. When I'm bad at mega flips, because, well, one, it's just frustrating to fail a trick repeatedly, but 2, the setup is so tedious because you have to like carefully grab ledges and whatever. Oh dear. You have to be very careful not to be walking too quickly, otherwise you don't grab the ledge, you just run off it. That was not it. I feel like I need some what are the emotes that people use? Prage, is that one? I don't know. I'm not on Twitch enough to know what all the cool kids use for like when you desperately want the streamer to succeed at something that they're having trouble with. Afra, thank you. Hopefully, okay. Now with those 3 emotes, that will give me the energy I need. Okay, maybe we need more than 3. All right, last bomb. I'm adopting the gamer posture. I've sat up. I'm leaning forward. I'm locked in. Okay. I didn't waste a bomb, that's the important thing. I just failed at turning 90 degrees. I think that might have actually, like genuinely that might have actually been the controller. This controller is a little bit knackered. Thank God. Okay. Now I just need to get over here. I've in the past I've got this far and then failed the very last jump, and I do not want that to happen. Okay, did not have to resort to cheating. I absolutely would have. If I'd have failed that last try, I would have cheated and given myself more bombs. I'm not afraid to admit it. Come on, let me... There we go, okay. You get stabbed. You get stabbed. and you get stabbed repeatedly. At least the boss fight was smooth, relatively. Okay, so we're going back to child, going to DC to beat Jabu, then we're going back to adult, we're going to get the light arrow hint, then we're going to get light arrows. Hopefully there's somewhere that's easy to get. And then we're done. So if you're lucky, with like a capital L, this could be... It could easily be less than 5.5 hours, if we're lucky. If we're unlucky, it could be a bit longer than that. There's Forest Medallion. Okay. Did I get a hint about what the prelude cutscene was? Maybe I did. Okay, so we'll get whatever this item is as we approach the pedestal. Oh, that was it, double defense. Yeah, okay. Cool. I think that might have been the very first hint I got. Ringa, I think you were probably there for it, Ringa. It might have been one of the hints around the Deku Tree. I remember you asking about whether double defense... Oh no, actually that was a different point where you were asking about double defense. I don't know. It's gonna be nighttime, yeah. What's the quickest way? I have to say... Ugh. I'm just trying to get to CAC. Actually, it's probably quicker to take this shortcut through to Goron City. Oops. It's a bit of a shame that I can't get the light arrow hint as child, because it's possible that light arrows are a child check, right? Like it could be one of the soul patches I haven't got or something like that. Because I don't want to have to go to adult. Well, like go to child right now, beat Jabu, go to adult, get the hint, and then go immediately back to child in order to get light arrows to go immediately back to adult to get like a... I would like to do less back and forth if possible. Oh, I have hookshot. I still haven't found a single strength upgrade, which is kind of crazy. There's a weird angle. Okay, so the thing should be down. Yeah, I just need to put a box on the button. I'm getting so much nostalgia from this music, because I played so much GoldenEye when I was younger. It was like the game of choice for my friends and I to play on the N64, and we got what we considered to be pretty good at it. I don't know whether we were actually good, but Facility was one of the maps we played the most because it was a good map. Okay, let's get a clean Baronade kill, then we'll go get the light arrow hint, and then we'll see how we stand. Actually, thinking about the time, if we're lucky, like properly lucky. Damn it. Okay, no quick Baronade kill. If we're properly lucky, this could be like a 5:15 or something, because beating Ganondorf and Ganon doesn't take very long. So if it happens that light arrows are somewhere where it's really quick and easy to get them. Whoops. Camera, please. Oh wait, I need sticks. Yeah, if it happens the light arrows are somewhere quick to get, then this could be fairly fast. So we'll see, we'll see. Let's not jinx it. He said, immediately getting hit. I swear Baronade normally does not travel that quickly. This is... Okay. Alright. Please let Baronade's item be light arrows. No, but I will take that just in case light arrows are in a water temple. Okay, so we've got almost all the medallions. Okay, let's save. Yeah, I was gonna say I've just got pocket. I just got weird egg, or weird egg just hatched. So maybe I should go meet Zelda real quick so I can get Bunny Hood. It's like no, that does not save time. Taking 5 minutes to go and get an item that slightly increases your run speed, when there's only like 10 minutes left in the seed, is a silly idea. 10 minutes is a hopeful estimate. It depends heavily on where our light arrow is. So bad places for light arrows to be. One would be Ganon's castle, because that means I have to find a Ganon's castle key, or fire arrows or hover boots. I guess it wouldn't be that terrible. Water Temple would be potentially quite bad because I need to find iron boots for that. Spirit Temple would be potentially very bad because I need to find silver gauntlets, which is 2 strength upgrades. Shadow would not be too bad, potentially. It depends if I need another key for it. Jabu would be fine. GTG would be interesting. Because I have, I think, almost everything I need to be able to full clear GTG apart from Iron Boots. Okay, Shake. Lay it on me. Death Mountain Crater? Well, oh, no, that's fine, I can do that. It's the Fairy Fountain, which I never got, which I can get because I have Hammer and Zelda's Lullaby. Okay, that's easy. Quickest way there. I guess I just run there, I think. Or no, maybe this is quicker. I think this might be quicker. I wish I had Bolero. Okay, so... Oops, was almost bad. So yeah, we are almost done. We just go grab light arrows, and then we go back to Ganon's castle. I need to find some bombs, because I don't have hollow boots, which means I can't do trial skip with Hammer. But maybe I can just buy some bombs in a shop. Are there bombs in Goron's shop? Let's find out. Check this grass real quick. In theory, I should only need 2 bombs. In practice, I might need more. But we'll see. Yeah, okay, this was definitely quicker than going all the way up through CAC. No bombs for sale. If it's not this, then I'm going to be very confused, because it means I've forgotten a check somewhere. Hooray! Okay, I will real quick... I'm going to go to Lake Hylia so I can farm the grass there for bombs, and then I'll just play Prelude of Light and go beat Ganondorf. It's a bit of a shame that I gotta waste some time here just farming resources, but oh well. I could just cheat and give myself bombs. I was gonna do that in Shadow Temple. I ended up not needing to, so... Despite the fact that I clearly don't have any morals when it comes to cheating, because I was fully ready to, we can pretend that I do because I haven't actually cheated. Okay. Wow, okay, the game really wanted me to have bombs. 4 bomb drops from one grass area, that's very lucky, I think. Okay. So we will want light arrows, a bottle. Okie doke. So I made a bit of an attempt to see how long it takes me from entering Ganon's castle to beating Ganon. I think for like a good run, it's like 7 minutes. So I think I'm gonna be just shy of 5 minutes 10, but I should easily be able to do 5 minutes 15 as my final time. We don't observe thought crime here. Well, that's a relief, because I commit many, many thought crimes. Okay. Oh wait, I can save a bomb. There we go. Nice, first try. Oh, I still have to beat the Iron Knuckles. Okay, that'll add a little bit of time. Yeah, 5 minutes 15 I think is reasonable. If I get a very fast Ganondorf and a very fast Ganon, I guess technically I could get 5:10, but it'd be really pushing it. 5:15 is a lot more reasonable. Thanks the Iron Knuckles so quick. I guess it's going back to what I was saying a good while ago about the difference between people who play the game vanilla and people who like know speedrun stuff. I've seen people talk about the Iron Knuckle cheese, where you can beat the Iron Knuckle really easily, where you use bomb chews. And yeah, okay, using bomb chews does make the Iron Knuckle like relatively trivial, but it's so slow. Like the kind of the official cheese of you just crouch down in front of the Iron Knuckle and stab them and they can't hit you. It's easier than using bomb chews. But I guess there's no reason why you would know about it if you hadn't watched people speedrun or play a lot of No Logic Randomizer or something. Okay, so now we hope for Ganondorf to play ball and to throw lightning at us instead of punching twice. I should look up or try and figure out what makes him do a second punch at the start here rather than throwing lightning. Because it makes it slow when he does that. Okay, pretty quick. So now we just have Ganon to beat. I think after I'm done with this stream, I'm going to go outside and go for a walk. Because when I tweeted that I was going live, I joked, it's a beautiful day, let's celebrate that by sitting indoors and playing Randomizer. But, I mean, it's still a beautiful day, and it's still light outside, so maybe I should go for a walk around the park, because it's good to get outside occasionally. I'm looking at the timer and I'm thinking, can I beat Ganon in 2 minutes? I don't know, maybe I can. Maybe I can get a 5:10 on this. I'm not going to be sad if I don't, but it would be nice to get a slightly faster time. Watch now as I just completely balls up the Ganon fight and take 5 minutes on it. Actually, I get with all the cutscenes and stuff, I don't think there's any possibility of me getting a 5:10. Okay, whoops, we want this. Whoops. We want to get ISG. I said we get ISG, okay. Okay, that's 1 hit. That's 2 hits. That's 3 hits. Apart from getting hit and not getting ISG, that was actually a fairly fast first phase. Fairly fast first phase is fun to say. In fact, I'm going to say it again. Fairly fast first phase. I like that. Oops. Okay. The second phase is very sloppy, but come on. Oh my god. Okay. So I guess 5:10 is possible. The Ganon fight is way shorter than I think. Okay, is it going to come down to I missed the slash and therefore I didn't get 5:10? I don't know. Yeah, nice. 0.6 of a second. I'll take it. I'm pretty happy, honestly. I'm going to say it was a little bit rough at the end of the Ganon fight there. The Shadow Temple failing the mega flips over and over again, I was getting kind of salty, but I'm happy with how this seed ended. I think I am going to have a really good look at the spoiler log, because I want to know where hover boots were, I want to know where iron boots were. I guess storms would have been good to have. Any of the spells. Fire, yeah, there's quite a few things I didn't find. It's kind of weird, like, for me, the mark of a good randomizer seed, once I've finished, is that the more items I didn't find, the better I did, because it meant I was able to beat the game with less stuff. So, let's have a look at where some things were. Okay, where were hover boots? Hover boots were Spirit Temple, first mirror, right chest. Oh, okay. I know which room that is. So I would have needed strength upgrades to get those. So where were the strength upgrades? Spirit Temple Silver Gauntlets chest. So okay, I could have got a strength upgrade as child in Spirit Temple. Another one was Death Mountain Trail, Gold Sculpture, Falling Rocks Path. Okay, I could have got that at any point. As adult. And then Ice Cavern map chest. Okay, if I'd have gone to Ice Cavern, I would have got a strength upgrade. If I'd have checked Death Mountain Trail as adult, I would have got another strength upgrade. Okay, so strength was fine. I could have beaten Spirit if I needed to. Iron boots. Gerudo Valley, Deku Scrub, Grotto Rear. Okay, so I needed Song of Storms to get iron boots. So where was Song of Storms? Oh, Song of Storms is impossible. Okay, so Song of Storms was at the Storms Grotto in Hyrule Castle. So Storms is impossible, which means that Iron Boots are impossible. So Water Temple, it wouldn't have been impossible, but it would have been very unlikely that I could have beaten it. Where was the Water Temple boss key? Oh, it was vanilla. So the Water Temple boss key chest had the Water Temple boss key. Was there any way that I could have got to that chest without iron boots? I don't think so. I think you need iron boots. Yeah, you do, because it... Yeah. Okay, so Water Temple was not possible to be beaten. Any other items that I want to know? Where was Mirror Shield? Mirror Shield was Gruda Training Grounds, freestanding key. Okay, so if I'd have found Gruda Training Grounds, I would have found Mirror Shield practically immediately. Any other... Oh yeah, the spells. So I know I had a hint where Din's was. Din's was somewhere in Gruda Training Grounds. It was heavy block second chest. So I needed strength upgrade to get Din's fire. Where was Furrow's Wind? It was Hyrule Field Tektite Grotto. Okay, so if I'd have ever checked that after I got Gold Scale, I could have got Furrow's Wind. And Lyra's Love. Lyra's Love was Lake Hylia Gold Sculpture Lab Crate, so that was impossible because that requires iron boots. Okay. I think that's all of the interesting items. Yeah. Okay, well that was an interesting seed. It was challenging, which is I guess what I want. I don't want it to be too easy. Okay, I am however a little bit tired now, and I need to eat something today other than a bagel and some chocolate. So let me look for someone to raid, and then I will go and have a bit of a break. And I think I will go for a brief walk. Okay, who's streaming? Oh, Pen Center is doing a crowd control randomizer blackout bingo. We should raid Pen Center. Oh, and he's just started as well by the looks of things. Perfect. This is a good way to unwind today. I'm very glad to hear that, Nemo. I hope that my streams are relaxing. I know for me sometimes they're not relaxing. But I always have a good time. I've been having a bit of a rough time lately, what with gestures at everything, and also the stress of knowing that I'm imminently about to be unemployed, even though it is by choice. But streaming always makes me feel better. So I'm glad I was able to stream. I'm glad you're all able to enjoy the stream. So let me get started on raiding Pen Center. This actually, the timing on this is really nice. It's rare that I get to raid Pen Center and that they're just starting. So we will start the raid. And yeah, thank you everyone who stopped by and stuck around, and for chatting. Honestly, it makes such a difference when there are people in chat being chatty. I really appreciate it. I'm glad I was able to catch it. These are always a nice fight. It means an awful lot for me to hear that. Honestly, I think every streamer gets some amount of brainworms about oh god, am I even entertaining? So it's very nice to hear that people actually do enjoy watching the streams. And hopefully I'll be able to do more soon because I'm going to be unemployed. I'll have a lot of free time and a lot more energy, I hope. And also, coming up, I'm going to be mentioning this again frequently, every opportunity I get. I think I have a collab with Vanille coming up, which I'm really looking forward to. We're going to be playing Ocarina of Time Randomizer, and I'm going to be teaching her some tricks. Probably not mega flips, unless I do a lot of practice, because as we saw today, I'm currently quite bad at them. But yeah, okie doke. Let's get this raid started, and yeah, I'm gonna go relax a little bit, and I'm gonna see what's going on with the dog. I'm a little bit concerned that he hasn't eaten anything. Hopefully he's just pining, but just tell her to do as you say, not as you do. Unfortunately, a lot of the stuff I don't actually know how to describe how to do it. It's all just vibes. Okay, raid's about to fire. Thank you everyone for coming by, and I will see you soon. Goodbye.